Just I thought they were.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Council Monday, March 18th. It is a pleasure to have everybody here. We do have a couple of members who will be absent today for various circumstances, but we're going to go ahead and get started since we have quorum. Madam Clerk, would you please call the opening roll?
Good afternoon, Council President. We have Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Michael Julian Bond, Post 1.
Here.
Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large.
Here.
Councilmember Jason H. Winston, Council District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Aria Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Here. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Present. Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11.
Present.
Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Here. Let's go.
Council President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Thank you. I would now entertain an adoption of the agenda motion if there are no changes to the agenda. Moved by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda.
Council President, that's unanimous consent, 8 yeas, 0 nays.
8 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, it's a pleasure to invite Reverend Rebecca Close Lamont, the senior pastor of Trinity Presbyterian Church, to come forward and to deliver an invocation for us today.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege of joining you all this afternoon. I invite you to adopt the posture of prayer you prefer, whether that is a bowed head or an open hand or an upright posture. Let us appeal to the holy being and divine presence we know. Holy One, we gather with humility this afternoon, aware of the needs of the world, aware that our city is a place of deep compassion and great challenge, of wealth and of poverty, of development and stagnation, but also of hope and possibility and so much love. We are aware of our own limits, and we hope they will keep us humble while never paralyzing us. Let us not face stumbling blocks, but find guardrails to keep our action careful. We know that we also have gifts and skills and power to use, and we remember that they are entrusted to us, not for our own sake, but for the sake of our community and the better world we are called to shape. We gather with the deepest hope that this might always be a body of shared empathy and support, of clarity and discernment, of wisdom and some good humor, Let a spirit of gentleness and courage permeate the decisions made here, from the big ones to the most mundane. Let this be a place where goodwill is enacted, justice is pursued, and community is our common goal. I thank you for this body and for every member of it. I thank you for their willingness to answer a call to public service, for their patience when work is a grind, for their persistence when outcomes are uncertain, and for their tenacity in the face of a polarized public. When their energy flags, may they be revived. When they get discouraged, may they be renewed. And when their work bears good fruit, may they know deep joy and the gratitude of this city we love. And may all who do not sit in this room come alongside them with encouragement and trust, willingness to work together for our shared future. May the work of this place be a blessing this day and in all the days to come. Amen.
Would you now please, before we have a moment of silence, are there any of those that want to be remembered by my colleagues? Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer condolences to the family of Mr. William Bill Godfrey, who is a giant public servant in Southwest Atlanta in the Peyton Road area, father-in-law to our Deputy Chief of Staff, Theo Pace. Mr. Godfrey will be truly missed by his community. Also, I would like for us to offer prayers to Officer Sampsell of the Zone 1 Morning Watch. He and his family were completely burned out over the weekend. So all of those who have supported this effort, please keep the entire family in your prayers. That's Officer Ryan Sampsell. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to give public condolences to the family of Miss Betty Johnson. She is a longtime Atlanta resident and actually the mother of one of my best friends. And so she passed last week. She'll be funeralized on Friday. She had a tremendous contributions in education and in the world of mechanics, but she was probably one of the sweetest persons that I've ever known. And so she passed again a week ago. So we want to extend condolences to Chad and Jason and their families.
Others. I would just offer the condolences to the family of Naomi Barber King, the widow of A.D. King, who passed recently and who was honored for her work for rights. With these and with any others unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask Councilmember Bond to come forward and all of those who are here to honor Candy Staten to come forward and join us on the dais, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as Ms. Staten and those who are here to support her come forward, it's really a pleasure and honor to honor Ms. Staten today. I have been a huge fan of hers since I was, since the 70s. Come on now. I loved her voice and loved her music and admired her talent. And so I'm very, very excited today that she allowed us to honor her here in the chamber. And of course, before we begin the official business, we all want to wish you a happy belated birthday. You just celebrated a birthday on the 13th of March. So let's sing happy birthday. And I'll lead it. Let's say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Candy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
All right. See, you're being sung to now. You're not just singing to us. Well, we have a short video presentation that we'd like to cue up now. Is that? Okay, here we go. Turn your attention to the screens.
Music legend Candy Staton has legions of faithful fans worldwide. This four-time Grammy nominee and Christian Music Hall of Famer successfully navigated several genres of music during a remarkable career that has spanned over 7 decades. Staton's musical career began in the church when she was a child living with her family in Twinsburg, Ohio.
During those times, honey, music wasn't allowed in church except organ and piano. And the quartets hit their hips for timing. They didn't have no drums. Oh, I'm going home. I'm going home. That was their music. That's all they had.
Until she, along with her sister Maggie, were exposed to a unique church just down the road in Cleveland.
The Church of the Living God, the pillar, ground, and the truth. And they had a full-fledged band.
Staton's mother would grant the girls permission to move to Nashville, and the Jewel Gospel Trio was formed. The girls would sing for the ministry while attending school tuition-free at the Jewel Academy and Seminary.
That was the best decision she could have ever made for our future.
The girls would hit the road, getting booked with famous artists of the day, like Sam Cooke and Mahalia Jackson. Years later, after leaving the group, an abusive marriage to a strict pastor and an argument over the presence of a TV in the home led to a dramatic life shift.
So he put me out to church. And I started singing in nightclubs. I was so mad. I said, I'll fix you. My brother took me to a nightclub, the 2728 in Birmingham, Alabama, and I sung 2 songs, and he hired me.
Blues singer Clarence Carter performed at the club, and Staton was given the opportunity to open for him on stage.
He took me to Rick Hall, and the rest is history.
She's referring to famed producer Rick Hall, who gave Aretha Franklin her first 2 big hits. But for Staton, one song became an anthem after songwriter David Crawford penned the details of Staton's abusive relationship. She recorded it in one take.
I said, I just want to be free. I just want to be free of him. I can't get free of him. And that's where the title came from, Young Hearts Run Free.
Young Hearts Run Free, the dance trend, appeared on TikTok in 2023, introducing her music to a new generation of fans. And Candy's new house release, Power of One, just dropped. Now, at 84, Candy Staton is back in the studio, recording a gospel album entitled Earth Roots. Her engineer, renowned drummer Marcus Williams, is serving as producer, and he just happens to be her son.
and touch heaven for me. Oh Lord, will you reach down and touch heaven?
This cancer survivor, grandmother, and great-grandmother says she's grateful for the enduring career and the recognition from the Atlanta City Council.
I love the city of Atlanta. I've been here 40-something years, and I'm not going anywhere. This is home. And I love you for doing this for me. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Oh, reach down and touch heaven.
Right. Oh, not over yet. Like they say on late night TV, but wait, there's more. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then we'll see if we got comments from our colleagues like Ms. Boone and others. Oh, look at that. Best seat in the house.
That's my great-grandbaby.
Great-grandbaby. Okay.
That's my granddaughter.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, let's get to the moment at hand. In recognition of Candy Stanton, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Conzetta Maria Candy Staten, born on March 13, 1940, in Huntsville, Alabama, has graced the world with her extraordinary talent as an American singer and songwriter. Whereas Candy Staten is renowned for her soulful renditions and captivating performances, leaving an indelible mark on the music industry. Stanton was inducted into the Christian Music Hall of Fame and is a 4-time Grammy-nominated artist. She has remarkable contributions to various genres of music, including Southern soul, gospel, disco, and R&B. Whereas her rendition of Tammy Wynette's Stand By Your Man and the disco chart topper Young Hearts Run Free have become timeless classics, showcasing her versatility and her vocal prowess. Whereas in Europe, Stanton's anthem, You Got the Love, released in collaboration with The Source, stands as one of her biggest selling records. Whereas she has numerous accolades, including an induction to the Christian Music Hall of Fame and 4 Grammy Award nominations, recognizing her outstanding talent and influence in the music industry. Whereas beyond her musical achievement, Ms. Stanton's resilience and strength was used to exemplify her personal journey, overcoming challenges and embracing new opportunities with grace and determination. Her impact extends far beyond the stage, reaching the lives of countless individuals for the power of her life. Now we, the members of Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Candy Stanton Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Ms. Stanton. Wow. We have to take a picture first, hold on. Okay. Squeeze in? Yeah. Got it? Okay, now you stand there.
Okay.
Councilwoman Bloom.
I did not want to miss this opportunity to thank you for your talents. Thank you for the love of the people of Atlanta. We truly appreciate you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members that would like to speak? Say a word? Bishop, anybody? Anyone in the family? Oh, Bishop Lewis.
I certainly would not miss this opportunity to be able to speak of our beloved today. It was maybe 10 or 15 years ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, that we founded a school, a church school in Birmingham, Alabama. She came at that time and did a couple of concerts for us simply out of love. And for that reason, we're here today to say to her how much we love her.
Thank you, Bishop.
Anybody else?
Anybody else?
Oh, go ahead.
Hi, I am so pleased to be here to share in this moment. There's no one who really deserves it more than Candy Staton. She has given me the opportunity to walk this journey with her, and as a friend, I felt like family, and her family has embraced me, and I am a part of a wonderful, wonderful tribe. I have walked this journey with her. We have shared just beautiful moments traveling through the UK on a tour bus, going to Tokyo, where one of us found a Forever 21. That's a side joke, but we have had such a wonderful journey. And through it all, she has allowed my young heart to run free. And I appreciate her. Through her music, she allows us all to feel the love. We have the love because she is love. I love you, Candy. Thank you.
She is my attorney. I'm just speechless, but I thank all of you. But first, I thank God for bringing me this far. I've been in the music industry for over 70 years. I am 84 years old. It hasn't been easy. I've been through the good, the bad, the ugly, and all of it. But I survived. And you have to have the tenacity in this business and in every other business to keep pushing forward. I don't care what the obstacles are. You push through them. If you gotta kick a door in, kick it in. But you get through. You get through it. The last song that you heard, The Power of One, was written 30 years ago. But it wasn't time. It wasn't God's timing. So we put it in a can, as we call it in the studio. My son here, Marcus, come here. All of these records and stuff that you hear, he's one of the world's greatest drummers. Marcus Earl Williams has played with everybody. Isaac Hayes, whatever. What do y'all play with?
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry. He started with Tyler. He was the first band Tyler had.
SOS, Eddie Kendricks. Oh, it's 117 artists, so.
Okay, all right, that's enough. My daughter, my right-hand girl, she watches over me. She makes sure I'm okay. She worries about me when I tell her not to. She makes sure everything is all right with me. She calls me every day, takes care of all the business. She books all the shows with our booking agency in Europe. She gets me on these great big tours like the Glastonbury Festival with 85,000 people watching. And I thank her, she's just there. My granddaughter, Kenzie, she was my namesake. Her name is Kenzetta. That's my real name.
The third is on the way.
And
You're having Kenzetta the third.
Oh, wow. And guess what? I just had another one this morning. A great grandbaby was born at 7-something this morning. He's a little boy. I don't know how many grandchildren I got. I can't keep up. They just keep having kids. But I'm so proud to be their grandma. And I'm there for them. I'm their mentor. I give them right from wrong. I teach them like Mama taught me. Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Amen.
And you don't get here when you don't. Because my mother taught me right from wrong, and I love her so much. She passed away in 1979. But I thank God that she gave me that mama. That mama made me who I am today. God bless you. I don't believe I'm standing next to you.
I can't believe you're not standing here with that.
Councilwoman Vaughn. and all Atlanta. Oh my God, thank you so much. God bless every one of you. May you have joy, peace, and prosperity for the rest of your lives. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, we're going to move and take a picture, but always remember, it's our time now to have one crack at life. And who wants to live it in trouble and strife? My mind must be free to learn all I can about me.
All right.
I see you back there, Rob Wilson, probably the phenomenal financial advisor in Atlanta. It's good to see you. Come on up, let's take a picture.
Okay.
Short people in front. All the babies in front.
Jasmine, I forgot about Jasmine.
See,
Are we ready? Tell us where to look. Bring it up. Like that. Which way? Right there? Raise it up. Okay, we good? Everybody look at Sue, right?
Thank you all.
Oh, they went out.
At this time, I'd like to ask everyone who is here for the honoring of Dr. Kimberly Manning, Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice, and Dr. Camille Davis Williams to please come up and join us on the podium. I am not surprised that we have drawn a crowd for this one. It is Women's History Month. It is also a time when the state legislature is in session that we hear a lot about women's health. Unfortunately, we hear a lot of things that are not going as well as they should be with women's health, whether it is taking the way of rights, or it is mortality rates, or it is disproportionate impacts of healthcare policy. And so it is such a deep and profound pleasure for me today to be a part of honoring 3 doctors in our community who are absolutely not only making our community better, but driving policy conversations across our city, our state, and our country, as evidenced by the fact that one of them is not here. Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice called me on Saturday and said, "I am torn. You have called to honor me at City Hall. President Biden has called and needs me at the White House. One is at 11 a.m. in DC, one is at 1 p.m. in Atlanta, and I'm not sure I can do both." Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice just finished an event in which President Biden, for the first time, signed an executive order establishing a new initiative around women's health, which I hope will help address some of the things that we are all dealing with. But it is an honor today to highlight these 3 sheroes for the work that they do and they have been doing for so long in our community. I'm actually going to start with Dr. Rice and talk a little bit about her, and then ask her Chief of Staff, who is with us, Dr. Murray, to come forward and to speak on her behalf. Valerie Montgomery Rice has an incredibly distinguished career as an obstetrician, gynecologist, college administrator across the fields of healthcare. She is from Georgia and got her bachelor's in chemistry from Georgia Tech University, and then she earned her medical degree from Harvard Medical School. She held leadership positions at the University of Kansas School of Medicine, at Meharry Medical College, which you'll hear about again, I promise, and of course, the Morehouse School of Medicine, which she joined in 2011 as a dean, and in 2014 she became president, making her the first woman to hold this position at the Morehouse School of Medicine. She is known for her research on and expertise on reproductive medicine, ovarian cancer, and menopause, and has been such an incredible voice on health equity issues. She has driven so much of the conversation that we need to continue to have. She is a member of prestigious organizations, including the National Academy of Medicine, the Association of American Medical College Council of Deans. She also does so much locally, including with the Metro Atlanta Chamber, with Kaiser Permanente School of Medicine, with United Health Group, and she is a mentor. She has mentored so many students, physicians, policymakers in our community. Dr. Rice is always someone who picks up the phone when she is asked and goes, as she did today with President Biden, who I will take that up with later. But it is an honor today to honor her with a proclamation and with the Spirit of Atlanta Award. And I would like to offer Dr. Krishima Murray a chance to come forward and to say a few words on Dr. Rice's behalf. Please welcome her to the microphone.
Thank you, President Shipman. I am Dr. Krishima Murray. I'm Vice President and Chief of Staff to the President and CEO at Morehouse School of Medicine, Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice, who sends her regrets. On Friday, we celebrated Match Day at Morehouse School of Medicine, and around 5 o'clock, I'm leaving our match event, and she calls me and she's like, "Dr. Murray, you have on your roller skates?" And I'm like, "Of course," because we're actually scheduled to be in the district tomorrow advocating for Morehouse School of Medicine. And she said, "I have to be at the White House on Monday." And I said, "Wait, we're not supposed to be in DC until Tuesday." And she said, "I know, but the Vice President and the President and the First Lady, they really want me to be there." And I said, "Well, let's pause and congratulations," all right? This is a major honor. Dr. Montgomery Rice has spent her life advocating on behalf of women and women's health issues. And she sends her regrets not being here, but this moment is a testament today is a testament for the work that she does on behalf of women everywhere. And I am honored to accept this award on her behalf. And I'm so thankful for the city of Atlanta for understanding the work that she does worldwide, and especially at Morehouse School of Medicine for the women and citizens of the state of Georgia. Thank you all so much. Okay. So do I get a chance to hold this?
Yes, we're
Okay.
going to take a quick picture here
Okay.
with both.
So it
with
pays
both
to
of-
be a chief of staff.
There you go.
Thank
There we go.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to give my chance to colleagues to speak. I want to do all three first, and then we'll let everyone speak who wants to, because I know there are several who do. So next, I would like to call on Dr. Kimberly D. Manning, who I often see walking or running on the Beltline with a whole group of people decompressing for all the work she does, because if you follow her at all, you know that she neither sleeps nor stops advocating for something. Her journey is quite extraordinary. She grew up in Los Angeles, and she was inspired by her father, who was from Alabama, and so she attended Tuskegee University and then went on to earn her medical degree from Meharry Medical College, I told you. So she is a product of 2 HBCUs, and then she did her residency training at Case Western Reserve University. She is an internal medicine and pediatrics specialist who in 2001 joined Emory University School of Medicine as a professor, and she also now serves as Associate Vice Chair of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. She is known, as you can see, as Grady Doc. She has her Grady Strong button on. She, in many ways, has become the face of advocacy for Grady Hospital, for its patients, for its physicians, for all of those who are a part of that incredible institution. She has received so many prestigious awards, but what is most incredible to me is on top of all of her professional work, she has found time to write a blog that has become incredibly popular, to have a podcast called The Human Doctor, and to have 112,000 Twitter followers as of today, which is far more than I have, I can tell you, and is an incredible testament to her national reach. If you follow her online, you will see how many students reach out to her who have been mentored by her, who have been affected by her writing, who have been inspired by her. She literally is driving the conversation around equity and inclusion across the medical field in so many ways. And it is really incredible to see. And if that weren't enough, and I have seen her at these things, so I know she is involved deeply. She is an active leader in the Atlanta chapter of Jack and Jill, and she is a proud member and a volunteer with Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. She is, yes, I will pause for that. She is deeply invested in Atlanta, in our community, in its health. She is one of the people who makes our people better, but makes our entire community so much richer. And so it is an absolute pleasure to honor with a proclamation and the Spirit of Atlanta Award, Dr. Kimberly D. Manning today. There you go. Dr. Manning, the floor is yours.
Dr. My love. Thank you. Thank you so much, President Shipman, and thank you to all of the amazing council members and family and friends that are here. I remember my very first time seeing Grady Hospital. I was coming up 85 with a gaggle of my friends from Tuskegee, where we probably should have been at school, and I'd come into Atlanta. And I pointed and I said, "What's that?" And my friend, who is from Atlanta, said, "Oh, that's Grady." And I knew at that time I wanted to be a physician, but I started asking all these questions about Grady. And before that weekend ended, I asked, "Could you take me to see it?" And we drove in front of Grady, and I just saw Grady, and I knew then that I would come back to that place. And it would take more than 10 years for me to return, but I did. And in 2001, I didn't come as a professor. I came as an instructor and worked my way up to professor, so don't get that twisted. But when I got there in 2001, one thing I can say is there are very few things in life that you greatly, greatly, greatly anticipate that lives up to the hype or that exceeds the hype. I can pretty much think of two other things. One was finding my life partner, Mr. Harry Manning, and marrying him. That lived up to the hype and exceeded it. And also co-parenting with him are two amazing young sons, one of whom's at Tuskegee and one of whom is in DeKalb schools at Druid Hills. Probably need to be off his phone right now. Those things exceeded the hype, but the other thing that exceeded the hype was working at Grady Hospital. Grady Hospital, if you love Grady Hospital, then you love Atlanta. If you serve Grady Hospital, then you serve Atlanta. And what I love the most about Grady Hospital is that it is absolutely exemplary of the very best of humanity. The wisdom, the resilience, the kindness, the beauty, the joy, the pain, the sunshine, the rain. Grady is so much more than traumas and gunshots. And yes, we do that well. But Grady Hospital is every single thing that I dreamed it would be, and then 100 times more. And it is my absolute privilege to serve at Grady every day. And I've been there 22 years. And I do have days, like yesterday on a sunny Sunday and on Saturday, where I didn't want to go to work, but I have never, ever left Grady Hospital and not felt glad or better for having been there ever in 22 years. Wow. In fact, I changed my clothes after rounding, jumped in an Uber, came over here, and I'm gonna go back to Grady and finish rounding when I finish with all of you. And I would like to also say, never underestimate the power of your influence and your love. My love for Grady translated on my 50th birthday to me setting out to raise $50,000. Because everybody knows how much I love Grady, I raised $200,000 for the Grady Foundation in less than 7 days, all to benefit our patients. Never underestimate the power of how your love can translate into something more. I would last be remiss if, in addition to, I already acknowledged my husband, I would like to acknowledge my mother, Mrs. Cheryl Draper, who everything you see me doing, if you see me winning, it is because I was cherished as a child. And my late father, yes, he would have been up here weeping and crying, and I did always say the MD stands for my daddy, but the MD stands for my daddy, but everything else stands for my mother. She is the glue, she is the GOAT. And if you see me winning, it's her, it's her. So thank you so much, and I appreciate this honor. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, girl.
There's a whole lot wrong with social media, but $200,000 in 7 days, Dr. Manning, is something good about social media that you make possible. I'm going to give you three numbers for our next honoree: 250,000, 10,000, and 4,000. Those are 250,000 patients served, 10,000 deliveries of babies, and 4,000 gynecological surgeries. That is what the hands of Dr. Camille Davis Williams has done in Atlanta. You can clap for that. You can clap for that. And let me tell you, when we had our reception today, people were coming out of the woodwork around City Hall saying, oh, she delivered my granddaughter. Oh, she delivered my son. There are probably people in this room she probably delivered. There's no telling. She has a remarkable story. She grew up in a small town in South Georgia. Her mother, who we were talking about before this, was an incredible small town nurse who inspired her to be in healthcare. And she matriculated to Emory University to get a Bachelor of Science right here in Atlanta, and then she did her residency and she did her residency at Emory as well in OB/GYN. She is the person who runs the Greater Atlanta Women's Health Care, which has served all of those patients that you have heard about. She is an incredible mentor to so many in the field, a trailblazer in so many ways, as a teacher to residents, to students, as a proctor for robotic gynecological surgeries. She established a clinical clerkship opportunities for advanced practice providers from both Morehouse and Emory schools of medicine. She has so many accolades, from the Academy of Women's Achievers to the YWCA, and she has been listed among the best doctors in America, which less than 5% of all doctors ever achieve. She has been Physician of the Year from the Atlanta Medical Association. She has been honored by the Secretary of State of Georgia. She is quite simply one of the finest physicians we have in our city. And she is a trailblazer who has made the path possible for so many. And in these moments in which reproductive rights are on the front pages of our newspapers, she is making sure that every family that is expecting a child receives absolutely the best care that they deserve in our community. Would you please help me honor Dr. Camille Davis Williams today? Quick picture. I'll hold this one for us. So many. There we go. Oh, raise it just a little. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, President Shipman and council members, for honoring my service in such a special way. I certainly want to acknowledge the members of my team, my precious family, husband, who is my special sauce, my daughter and son, who both work with Greater Atlanta to help us serve so many people. Members of my staff, friends, my hospital family, all of them, I am so happy you all were able to be here, especially my Aunt Josephine, who came up from South Georgia. She's 99 years old. But she wanted to be here with us, and I have an aunt in Osceola who is 100. She could not travel today, but they have been both pillars of support. I grew up understanding the role of local government as the chief policy-making body for a city, as the elected officials in this room are closest to the issues which impact our quality of life daily. My dad ran for a seat on the city council in my hometown 70 years ago. He was threatened and forced to withdraw his candidacy. I can only imagine the cheering from the grandstands in heaven today. Yes, yes. So I am really honored to be here, and it made it very special for me. When I announced at age 8 that I would be a doctor, my dad chose Emory University for me. But only later did I realize at that time it was illegal for me to attend Emory University due to segregation laws. My dream was not dampened at all. So fast forward, I am proud to have practiced on Peachtree Street for over 40 years and counting. I chose OB/GYN because I became aware of the maternal and infant mortality rates in our state and country. Our Black moms and babies continue to die at 2 to 3 times higher rates than many in third world countries, and Georgia remains at the bottom of the list. We are the 5th worst. So you all, we have a lot of work to do. The speed of advancement all over the healthcare industry is just incredible. Yet too many of our students are still not beneficiaries of timely access to care, even right here in our special city. The recent unexpected closure of the hospitals in our city left healthcare deserts in our communities and an incomprehensible overload of patients seeking care at our remaining hospitals. So I encourage our policy workers to continue and work harder to listen to our healthcare providers who are on the front lines saving patients' lives, yet watching too many lives be lost. My journey has afforded me the opportunity to witness so many miracles. I have every confidence that whatever challenges we face, we in the city of Atlanta will conquer together. So I close by thanking God for the grace and mercies bestowed upon me along the journey. For every mountain you brought me over. For every trial you've seen me through. For this I give you praise. I'm so grateful for this magnificent honor from the city of Atlanta, the city that I love. Thank you so much.
I would invite any of my council members who would like to try to follow that, if they would like to speak. Councilmember Overstreet.
Exactly. I do want to speak, but goodness gracious. So I am so thankful that we are here today on this Women's History Month, really speaking about something that is so pertinent and in our time right now. And it's women that we're talking about that will make a huge difference in this area and beyond, because when Atlanta gets it right, a whole lot of times other cities follow. And I do believe that we can get it right. So I'm hopeful along with you. And I'm also thankful that you're being honored today. Definitely, absolutely something that we should do for you, because you've earned it beyond. I've read about you. And my household is also a healthcare household. My husband's an OBGYN. And so we've personally felt those voids that you spoke of. So I'm in a fight with you for sure. The city of Atlanta remains strong in fighting with you. But today I want to thank my friend and pay homage to Dr. Kimberly Manning. Today is, I was so proud to bring her to my office, because I've worked alongside her in a different capacity. Of course, she's always Grady Doc, but this one right here is so many other things. I'm talking well-rounded. I mean, she makes being a doctor look like a must-do. I have to get that done. I can't wait. I saw you through the years, many years now, and the way you carry that next generation with you is something to behold. And I really have appreciated the work that you've done there. She makes being a mother look fun. Like we're having a ball being parents. I've been in the trenches with her as a mom, and she makes it so doable and fun. And I appreciate that about you. She makes being a wife look hot. You know, I mean, all of this is the Dr. Manning, and I'm so proud of you. I'm deeply proud of you. And everything that's said today is like times 10. We will never be able to describe what's really happening, what we see, because, I mean, like how many of these will we ever encounter? So I really appreciate you, and I just wanted to make sure I took a moment to say that to my friend. Thank you.
Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to first thank the President for doing this today. Thank you so much for having this vision. When I think about Black women doctors, I'm reminded of Susan J. Ross, who introduced me to Roxburgh Phillips and Dr. Jewel Pate Borders and all of the wonderful, strong doctors and surgeons. So thank you all so much. Atlanta, the United States of America, we love you all. You are truly jewels. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And when I say wow, wow, I was trying to take notes as they were giving your backgrounds to understand that women moved to it, black women moved to Atlanta to have babies because of people like you. As a person who recently went through an ectopic pregnancy, and as a man without kids but who loves kids, right? My wife and I, we have conversations right now around doctors, right, and around the mortality rate. And I never knew about it. I didn't understand her fears, and they became my fears. And so to hear today, I feel stronger, right? I feel stronger. I feel stronger. And it talks about why Atlanta is the city it is. I'm a Grady baby. If you're from Atlanta, you know, we all proud to be Grady babies, right? And so what I say is the doctors who work at Grady, they brag on it. And so to hear you today, to hear what you talked about, to hear you speak, and to you embody the spirit of what we get. I hope that young folks are just, that they touch you, that you rub off on them, that Atlanta continues to breathe what y'all touching over here. Today, Morehouse School of Medicine, it ain't nothing you can say. The reason President Joe Biden brought her there is because she's the best. Plain and simple, he needed her there, so nothing you can say about that. I would say that America's better because of you. I would say that black women, because I only understand it because my wife told me. I didn't understand the mortality rates. I didn't understand the postpartum. I didn't understand what an ectopic pregnancy was, right? And so to black women all around the world, continue to come to Atlanta to have your babies. Choose Grady Memorial Hospital because we're ready for you over there. And research the right black doctors to bring them through. Thank you again for your service. Thank you again. You're great Americans. You're great Americans.
Anybody else want to continue the church service that we're having up here today?
Amen.
Well, with that, let me simply close by saying once again, it is thank you for choosing Atlanta. Thank you for continuing to choose Atlanta. Each of you could be anywhere that you want to be. You could practice in any city in this country and be a leader, but you have chosen our community, and for that, the city of Atlanta thanks you very much. We're going to step forward to take a picture right now. Hi, you're fine. Oh, push it up. Thank you all very much. We will move forward with public comment.
My text every now and again. What a lovely.
Mr. Bond, thank you. We'll now move to public comment. I would remind everyone that you will have up to 2 minutes of comment unless you have been yielded time. I will call forward each person and we will move through the list. First up today, and again in advance, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize, and I would please correct it for the record. First up will be John Palma. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is John Palmer, and my wife Vicki and I would like to ask for your consideration and your vote to rename Concourse D the Michael R. Hollis Concourse. On the heels of Black History Month, we feel a sense of joy and pride at the contributions made by Black people toward building the foundation of our country. Alongside our joy, we feel a sadness about the innumerable untold accounts of Black contributions which were not recorded, not memorialized, and not given factual attribution. We are blessed and fortunate to have known Michael Hollis, a strong, bull-headed, fearless visionary of unmatched audacity. I asked Vicki to tell me what was the experience like flying Air Atlanta. She said, well, a Black man in his mid-20s in the 1980s writes a business plan to start an airline, successfully maneuvers his way through thousands of pages of government regulations and FAA policy, convinced investment bankers, insurance companies, and with Black postal and federal employees associations to capitalize the venture. This Black man who didn't have any airline experience competed with Pan Am, Eastern, and Delta. He raised $80 million, bought 727s, and flew over 3,000 miles safely. We feel this magnitude of accomplishment deserves to be commemorated in a way which speaks truth to the world about which this man, a Grady baby, graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, Dartmouth College, and the University of Virginia Law School. We respectfully request that you vote aye to rename Concourse D. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Cassius Butts. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Council President, members of City Council. My name is Cassius Butts. I'm the former United States Small Business Administrator for the South. I currently serve as the National Co-Chair for the General Services Administration out of Washington, D.C. More importantly, I serve as the chairman of Fort McPherson here in Atlanta, Georgia. I say all those accolades not to say so much about myself, but to say that I had an opportunity to see what it really meant to be given a good name. The Hollis name has been a good name to the city of Atlanta for a number of decades. My good friend Julius Hollis asked me to be here today to advocate for his brother Michael Hollis, who has done a tremendous job by showing the world what the city of Atlanta can produce. The city of Atlanta has produced great leaders, great giants for a number of decades, and to be able to have that name, to be seen in the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta airport on a continuous basis for millions of people to come and go to see that name is an example of what Atlanta can produce. I am here today to advocate and ask for your vote to vote yes in changing Terminal D to the Michael R. Hollis name, and I think it's something that will resonate for a number of years to come. My former mentor, Mayor Maynard Jackson, as we are celebrating his 50th year of being mayor of this great city, would not have it any other way. So again today, I thank you for your time, your attention. I will take a point of personal privilege to thank City Councilman Michael Bond, who showed up at a church this weekend and actually presented the city on behalf of the city to Morris Brown College, where I serve as vice chair of the board, and acknowledging Morris Brown Day. So Michael Bond, thank you very much, Councilman Bond. We really appreciate your efforts for that. And I will ask for folks to clap for that because it does not happen that often. Thank you. That is my time.
Thank you. Next will be Mac Wilborn. Next will be Alma Lott. Alma Lott. Next will be Ron Edwards. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Greetings. I am concerned that the City of Atlanta government has forgotten they work for all citizens of Atlanta and not just a few special interest groups. I have written several emails to the mayor, city council president, and my city councilwoman, Bakhtiari, about the homeless problem, crime, and drug use taking place near Burgess Peterson Academy on Glenwood Avenue. My request for action to be taken to rid this area of this nuisance has fallen on deaf ears. I found a 9mm handgun near that area after a high-speed chase occurred. I contacted APD to have them secure the weapon and to find out how the responding officer missed the weapon since it was in plain sight. I have yet to receive a response from Chief Shearbaum, the mayor's office, city council president, or Councilwoman Bakhtiari about this issue. It is appalling to me that you can get rapid police response for someone doing wheelies on a rainbow-painted crosswalk than you can for guns, drugs, and homeless people issues. My request to you, the city council members, is for you to remember you work for all people, not just special interest groups. Do your job and respond to your constituents, whether you agree with them or not. And again, I also support the building of the city's training facility, so please make sure that that continues to move forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Julius Hollis. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Council members, it won't take me a minute, but I'm going to ask. I'm a strategist and a business individual. And two things I've learned is to be smart with my time. I'm going to yield my time to two men of the cloth, President Emeritus Robert Franklin, President of Morehouse College, and my classmate and dear friend, Pleman Elamine.
Mr. Hollis, I apologize. You can't yield time at this point. There's a process for that. It's your time.
Okay, very good. So I stand here today and I ask each of you to vote up the Concourse D as the Michael Hollis Concourse. That is a fitting tribute to one of your native sons who was born here in Atlanta, who's also a great baby, whose impact was far beyond Air Atlanta, for every child that comes through that airport who lives here in Atlanta, I want them, and the city should want them, to be inspired, to have aspirations as they come through that airport, to know that they can achieve what Michael Hollis achieved, being in this era where we are confronted with some of the right-wing thinking of our brethren who believe that some of the problems that exist in aviation is because of diversity. I reject that. Let us demonstrate to the world, to the mothers and the fathers who've educated their children, that this is a young man of color who, in fact, demonstrated his ability to put together an airline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Gerard Jeter, thank you. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Gerard Jeter. I retired from the city of Atlanta as the Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, and I was specifically over the airport for 15, 16 years. For that, I have to talk about myself a little bit before I talk about Michael Hollis, because again, I was the Deputy Chief of Procurement, which meant I dealt with a lot of paperwork every day. I was the Chief Director for the Director of Contract Compliance for the Atlanta Public Schools. I was the Executive Chief for the Atlanta Olympic Games for the Equal Economic Opportunity Program. And before that, I was the Director of Minority Business Development Office for the City of Atlantic City, New Jersey. So I'm saying all that to tell you that my background has been working with minority businesses all my adult life. And paperwork is incredible. You have to do the paperwork in order to participate in the procurement process. Michael Hollis was one of the best paperwork people I've ever met. In order for you to put together a package to get an airline is incredible. I've overseen billions of dollars in construction, and I've read enormous amounts. People ask me, have you read this novel? I said, I don't have time to read no novel. I got to read a procurement package that's worth 400 pages long. But for this man to put together the paperwork that it took to start an airline is just mind-boggling. And also, he helped save Grady Hospital. Let's not forget about that. He put the paperwork together to help refinance and save Grady Hospital. So in all, I think you all need to support the renaming of Concourse D to Michael Hollis. It's only befitting because, again, with my background, I've never run into anybody like Michael Hollis before. It took kahunas to do what Michael Hollis did.
Thank you. Next will be Ken Wainwright. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
I got a fact for everybody. You don't mind if it gets passed up? And just to let everybody know, the last page is the most important page. And if we could go to the last page first, it would be perfect. Wait, does the time already start? Is it? Okay, cool. All right, well, I want to formally introduce myself, and I know I've been acquainted, known many of you for some time. It's Ken Wainwright, and I know that last time that I came and spoke, we had two issues. One was dealing with being able to unionize Uber and Lyft in the city of Atlanta. And I'm so disappointed that we weren't able to get more action and more involvement. And when we had somebody who has even been known for taking bribe money up at the Attorney General's office, who was extremely disrespectful when I came to talk about black people and jobs and the way that it's moving forward. And unfortunately, we have a young lady who is the councilman's daughter. She's dead. She's no longer with us anymore. And he's been at the Capitol, and I've been at the Capitol, and that we've been at several city council meetings, making sure that we could get adequate security for the people who are working these jobs, as well as additional job protection and cybersecurity, but it fell on deaf ears. I would hate for this council member, the loss that he took, for one of you guys to take that loss and to start acting as if this is something that can be fixed with adequate support. Governor Kemp has made time for this. The Attorney General has made time for this. The Lieutenant Governor made time for this. The legislation has been written. This stuff was a little easier than what I thought in regards to the legislation and it getting put together. But the city of Atlanta has to come now because it could have been done a lot sooner with adequate support and supporting labor, because there's many anti-labor laws being pushed right now. We're not doing enough. And I noticed that sometimes people change when a lobbyist comes in with Beyonce tickets and offers a wife or a husband a position at a nice company. This has to stop. It's about protecting jobs, especially the ones that are already in Atlanta. We don't have enough, and you could see it. And the second piece of legislation you can see here, it's not 1398, no, 1391. Yes, 1391. As far as creating a labor task force, and I'm so happy to talk to Kemp about making sure that I'm the lead of that labor task force, that it's built like a labor caucus, but it's making sure that I work with each of you to make sure that we can get adequate jobs. It's a statewide position labor caucus, to where now every union can get represented on a city, county, and on a state level. And it's so disappointing how Kemp, one of the, if not the busiest man in the state of Georgia, made more time than some of the people on this council. Councilman Bond, thank you so much for your support. Out of respect, you were the first one to know about this, and I look forward to being able to learn from you. I am under a student of Morehouse's president, so I was expected to do the best that I could, and now it's here. But we have a responsibility to support this legislation to where we can start working with labor to get more jobs here, and we could get more support for the other laborers as well, because I don't believe in leaving other people hanging as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Isaac King Ferris. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
First off, President Shipman, thank you for acknowledging loss of my aunt. Appreciate that. Councilman Bond, thank you for that acknowledgement you gave to Morris Brown. A lot of people associate the King family with Morehouse and Spelman, but actually my grandmother, Alberta Williams King, graduated from Morris Brown, so we appreciate that. Quickly, I'm here to advocate for the naming of Concourse D after Michael Hollis. People have talked about, and I talked about before the committee, Transportation Committee, about symbols are important, and you've heard many great things about the great symbol, but there's another symbol that I would be remiss, being who I am, if I did not point out that I think is important. This needs to be a symbol for a problem that was almost insurmountable for Michael Hollis, but that we're still dealing with today. And that is the lack of funding for minority ventures. That's why Air Atlanta is not here today. John Palmer did talk about Wall Street and the money that he was able to raise, but bottom line, as Michael became more successful, as he sought, anyone who knows about the airline industry, it's a very capital-intense business. All businesses need financing, from Delta to anyone else. And as Michael grew, there was a stipulation put on him that no one else or Delta ever faced. And that is, yes, Michael, we want to give you this money because your business is so successful, but we need to have ultimate control. That's the bottom line. So that's why Atlanta is not here. So please rename Concourse D as testament and a monument to what happens to a great idea that's not funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. Woe to thee that spoilest, and thou wast not spoiled, and dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou shalt seize your spoil, thou shalt be spoiled. When thou shalt make an end to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee. Isaiah 33:1. Thee that spoilest and was not spoiled is a reference to the Antichrist and his kingdom. I had a vision as the enemy comes into power. They inform me to rule over you, James Swift and others. The thief cometh not, but to steal, to kill, and destroy. I am come that they might bring life, and that they might bring it more abundantly. St. John 10:10. Good shepherd, when Jesus, this terminology, thoughtful Jews remember Psalms 23. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Psalms 23:5. The psalm has been a favorite of God's people through the ages, and with due reason. It expresses as simply and clearly as any the role of God as our protector and provider in life. Jesus, let the people know that you will fight for me. He that leadeth in the captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints, Revelation 13:10. God will punish those who do evil. If you lead anyone into bondage, and ye shall go into bondage. When you destroy with the law, then ye will be destroyed with the law. The endurance of those who seek to obey Jesus will prevail by their faith. The law allows a person the right to take away their house by squatter rights when a person is living in the house paying mortgage payments. This is an unjust law from the devil. Jesus paid a price for us, for our souls to be saved. But you have a choice. And Christ let you know about the sin that will keep you go to hell.
Next will be Christy Collier. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. I am a member of District 2 for Councilman Faroki, and we've been in contact about this. I'm coming to you all because I have made several calls to 911, and I'm asking for your help at this point. There is a nightclub called Vods Lounge. That's VODS Lounge. It is located at 150 Pine Street Northeast. It has a business license that is permitted as a restaurant, and it is not operating as such. It is operating as a nightclub, which is not what can be operating in that space. So on 150 Pine Street, according to your zoning research tool, it says that a restaurant can operate there, but a nightclub cannot. And this is a nightclub that is operating every single night, probably 100 feet from my home in my backyard. And this is traffic nuisance, noise nuisance, loud music. You probably have cars on your Pine Street and Piedmont where they're doing donuts in the middle of the street. And this has been going on now. I've been there a year and a half. And this is every weekend, every night, except for maybe Mondays that they are closed. They operate from 10 p.m. until 4 or 6 o'clock in the morning. I've made several calls to 911. I have a good relationship with Major Schiff Bauer, who has now been reassigned. I have let Major Hunt know about it. And as I said, I let Councilmember Faroki know. But I am coming to you all to see if you can have some kind of conversation with community and development to make sure that this business operates the way they're supposed to or shut down.
Thank you. Next will be DeJuan Robinson. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Happy Monday. I would like to first give a
thank you to the Transportation Committee that's spearheaded by the chair, Byron Amos, Dustin Hillis, Alex Wan, Ms. Marcy Carver Overstreet, and Councilman Antonio Lewis. Thank you for allowing the maintenance workers to come and be heard in your response, especially Councilman Hillis. In Wan, numerous of times, I've been in opposition and spoken to you guys about things I was displeased with, but you showed your heart and your concern and passion on that day. And then coming back to finance, Chairperson Mr. Howard Shook, you graciously I'm not going to say, you adjusted the rules to give them the adequate time and what you saw fit. I graciously appreciate that. When I was in college, Antonio Lewis, I got arrested my sophomore year. I wouldn't tell on my friends. They got caught with drugs, and I was sentenced to the summer in jail. I got a PBJ. And because I was majoring in political science pre-law, the judge gave me time in the county, in the law library. I read a book called Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun by Reginald Francis Lewis. Beatrice International, the first black billionaire. And in the book, he wasn't talking about white folks, but he was just like, why should they have all the fun? We can do the same thing. And last week in transportation, I heard about Mr. Hollis, and I'm ashamed that I didn't hear about him before then. And Mr. Jeter spoke about him saving Grady. I was going to mention that, Mr. Jeter, but I'm glad you did. Because I think that we all should look at his life, white, black, Jewish, we all should look at it because the contribution. It's one thing that we are standing in the 50th year of Maynard and he chained himself, but we all know that story. Hey, we are demanding that minorities get 30% participation at the airport. But Mr. Hollis was a great man. We hear about Alonzo Herndon, the first black millionaire, Atlanta Life and all that. But Mr. Michael Hollis was a great man who contributed a lot to this city. And I think not only that small black children going to the airport will be inspired by seeing his name on Concourse D, but white kids, everybody, because we are all inspired by great stories. If we close our eyes and don't nobody say that's a black person, that's a white person, if we just heard the story itself would sell itself. And I just think that we have an opportunity to do something great when it comes to that. Mr. Shipman, Mr. Wackmans-Moreland did a great job in your absence. We're glad you're back. I thank you for giving the proclamation you gave today. But I would also like to say sometimes when it comes to human interaction, oftentimes my experience in Atlanta, because I often say that when I grew up, white flight had already taken place. So I'm 46, I'll be 47 in June. There's a group for between maybe 35 to 50 years of age that have no dealing with white, whether it's good, bad, or ugly, because there were no whites in the inner city at that time. And so sometimes we get caught up in the ignorance of racism, understanding that we think sometimes that white people care about things they care nothing about, and then there's a disconnect. And I think we all have an opportunity to learn from each other. And so one of the things that you mentioned today was, hey, now that church is over, after Mr. Lewis spoke, Councilman Lewis spoke, sometimes that can come off a little bit, when you say that, because oftentimes when we are giving praise and we are praising the person that is being presented, and then when someone come back, it doesn't matter white or black, but when somebody come back and say, oh, now that church service is over, it can be, it can be a little distorted as it meant something else. And I just think that we all can take the opportunity sometimes to understand from each other and just understand what might be sensitive to you, may not be sensitive to that person, and sometimes, And I remember when you were running for office, for this current seat that you won against Miss Archibald at one of the black churches, I asked you a question about racism, and you tackled it. You didn't run away from it. You didn't tap dance. You tackled it head on, and I appreciate that. And I just think that moving forward, that we all can just take, the opportunity to learn from each other when it comes to the language, because we all operate different. We all operate different, and I just, just wish that, we would take that opportunity of doing that. There's a young lady, Miss Andrea Boone, and I'm sure that you will love this. Her name is Ebony Jefferson. She works in public works. She have about 2 or 3 crew members that have been paid to work on campaigns off the clock, but they're operating on the clock, Mr. Bond. In the capacity of code enforcement, they are taking up people's signs who are running for office against their competitor. These are City of Atlanta workers that are taking up people's signs that are on private property. We're not talking about standing in the right of way. Private property, they are taking people's signs off fences and around the city because they are working for the competition. And we cannot have that. We cannot have that. Oftentimes, before I even come down here to do this, I try to talk to these people. But there's no remedy, and they're hiring their family members and their close friends in these departments, and they're doing that. Been doing it for a long time, but that's a serious issue because I've spoken with the young lady, and she showed up with a code enforcement officer to have a conversation, and they're doing these things in the community, and we just cannot have that. We can't have that with nobody, and that's goes against the ethical practices of a city employee, and we just can't have that. I filed a complaint with the ethics office, and I try not to come down here and campaign, because I respect this chamber for the late, great Marvin Arrington singing. I respect all of you, but when you go on in private people and you taking people signs off, and if I know these people and they're describing you saying, yes, this is the lady that came down here and did it, and we roll back the camera's footage and it's you on city time going to talk to these people and ask them, hey, did this person ask you to put a sign on your fence? If I did, or if anybody did or not, it's no concern of yours. It's not your job. And we cannot have that. Like, people are just running raggedy, and certain people in the city of Atlanta is asleep at the wheel. And we got to just hold these people accountable and stop that, But just going back to the business of being humane, I really appreciate you, Mr. Howard Shook, Mr. Hillis, and Alex Warren, because oftentimes, I'm not down here speaking nice on it. So as a man, if I can criticize you, I can come down here and give you my thank and my heartfelt wealth that you spoke out in solidarity with the workers down for the harsh treatment. So I really appreciate that from my heart. And Mr. Farokhi, I know he's home with his daughter, so I continue to wish you well and wish you back. And moving forward, Atlanta, we have some work to do. It's not one person problem, it's all of our problem. And council, the mayor's office, it's all of our problem, and we just got to work together and get this done. We might not get it done in this administration, but hopefully, 4 more years, there's a time that, we got to come together and get it done. And there's a lot of people that have paved the way, and a lot of you guys are giving the people their proclamation and their flowers now. And I just wish that a guy like Mr. Hollis would have been recognized. And I do thank you guys, for coming down here, because when you have friends that care enough to come and fight for this, we all need friends like that, man. So I'm very supportive of that, because he did great work, well deserved, and there are so many unsung heroes in Atlanta that are forgotten about because Maynard was the mayor and he was so vocal and strong about it, but there are so many men and women that paid contributions to this city, but Michael Hollis is definitely one of those men that paid contributions. So I just want to thank y'all in advance.
Mr. Lewis.
And I'm only speaking because he said my name. I know that it wasn't for me, it was something for President Shipman to respond to. I will say that, Mr. Robinson, I did feel disrespected when he said it, and some panel guests up here actually felt the same way as they pulled me to the side and said sorry that he said that to me. I think it was a slip up or a tone deaf moment, but I did feel disrespected, just like you felt disrespected when that moment happened. I appreciate you for bringing it up, and I did feel a way about it.
Mr. Lewis, just for you, I would simply comment, my father's a Pentecostal minister, so I grew up in a church in a certain tradition. The comment came from my own tradition. Thanks.
I appreciate you responding. I think that you only said it after I spoke. You didn't say it after the preacher spoke, after I just talked about a vulnerable moment in my life, and you then said, now that we've left church. And it's something that people say to black men sometimes, and once again, I know, and people up here felt their way, so they pulled me to the side and they said, hey, I say it was a tone deaf moment.
I'm sorry, that was not meant for you, Mr. Lewis. Next will be Margie McLeod. You have up to 2 minutes.
Give me rent control. We be all happy. That's what we need, rent control. I want to pass this out. I want all hands on deck. Would you pass this out, please? Because I want you help me, help Georgia to pass Senate Bill 125 out of the Rule Committee. We don't need to wait till next year. This is what I was down at the Capitol. This is where I've been. No, I'm not giving it up. We're going to get rent control. We have to. That is the solution. We got homeless, and more people is going to be evicted out of their homes, out of the apartments. We're getting ready to have people go on Camden Road. U-Haul trucks is part because they done went up to $400 on rent, and we can't not afford, and you don't have enough housing for people. So homeless is getting worse here in the city of Atlanta. I don't care where you send them at, they're coming back, just like we did Olympus. So what we need, I want y'all to call Senate Matt Bass. His phone number is 404-656-0057. Frank Jen, Senator, 404-656-4700. It's in the Rule Committee. They're going to tell me, Frank Jen going to tell, I talked to the Senate. You know what he's going to tell me? Wait until next year. Why should we have to wait till next year to get rent control out of this committee? We need it now. So City Council, the President, and the Mayor, I need your help. So put your fingers, what? On that phone. And what we're going to do, we're going to flood them phones because we need rent control now. Because if we don't have rent control, because all of y'all running, y'all ain't going to have nobody because they're not going to be here. That's gentrification. And we need it now. For this man at the Capitol and going to talk to me and tell me to wait. Should we wait next year? Should we wait next year? We need it now. And the Capitol, the Senate could do it. It's in the Rule Committee. Do you know how long it took me to get it out of the Urban Committee? A year. It should never took a year. So now it goes steps. It's in the Rule Committee, and we need to make phone calls, flood them phones, and tell your Senate, we need rent control now.
Time's expired.
And Shook, I'm listening to you, because I want you to make phone calls too, okay? Because you're friends. Have a blessed day.
We're going to keep the time by hand as we reset the computer. James Davenport, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
If you don't mind, Mr. Shipman, I'll wait till your sidebars over there get through. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. It is so disrespectful. Can I proceed now? I, too, am a graduate of the greatest high school in the world, Booker T. Washington High School. There were some of us who actually marveled, and we were very proud of Michael Hollis. You know, Mr. Favors, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I wouldn't count on them naming that facility. Anytime I have rarely seen any action from this council when somebody makes suggestions. I've only had one response when a young lady out on Boulder Crest was suffering from mold and mildew in her apartment. Young lady almost died. That's the only time I got response from you all. Councilman Bond, I've been begging you. And you know what I'm talking about. Begging you. When in the world would you all spend money on the people who pay you all salary? And yeah, I'm talking about seniors. It dawned on me before that I am a senior also. My last birthday, I turned 65. Some people say I don't look it, but boy, I sure feel it coming down here, because it's just like I be wasting my time and my breath. It really does not make sense. More people talk about y'all than you all know, to be honest with you. And I'm not just talking about your corporations, your deltas and all of that. I'm talking about the people who pay your salary.
Time has expired.
It's very disappointing. Councilman Bond, you just sit there and
Time has expired, Mr.
I
Davenport.
get no response. But I understand. I understand greatly.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Davenport, but I'd like to remind you that you have gotten responses from me on several issues. We actually renamed the street in Washington Park for Chico Renfro. That was the first time that we worked together. We've been working on emulating the program that Fulton County has for seniors with Lyft and Uber drivers. And as I have instructed, or as I have conveyed to you, that program is funded by a federal grant. It's not funded by local county money. And if the city is going to emulate that program, we have to apply for that very same grant. And so, or either find funds. Sir, I was very respectful to you and did not interrupt, and I would like that same type of respect. Thank you. And so we would have to either apply for the same grant, or we'll have to find something in the budget process, which will not happen until May and June of this year. So I have been responsive, and I'm looking forward to continue to work with you on the issue.
Next up will be Tracy Thornhill. You'll have up to 2 minutes. Is Mr. Thornhill still here? Oh, sorry, Christopher Cross is next. My apologies. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I didn't know I was thinking crazy, but to set the record straight for my March 4th speech, this is my truth. Manipulation has various meanings. It can make you feel like it's all right to do something that the manipulator benefits from. And it goes down the line. When you're on the coast where you know no one, the West Coast in particular, are father panics, especially when corruption takes place. Accountability plays a big part on my behalf. The true fact is that this whole mission was to save my best friend and my 2-year-old daughter, 7 older. Secret Service, Zone 5 Police Station, the Atlanta Homicide Building, the 9th floor in the Atlanta building, GBI, FBI, and the rest of the police station I ran to for help and was denied without speaking to anyone. America, this is a problem. This is a problem. I have recordings on my phone And there's a story behind this from Las Vegas to Georgia. 5 cities of me trying to get help from authorities. My rights being violated severely. My uncle Gordon Lee Cross lost his life in this whole predicament. All I ever wanted was a fair investigation for my 2-year-old daughter. In this present time, my phone calls is being intercepted by stingrays. I'm being followed everywhere I go at. I feel like Derek Chauvin is near me, on my neck in front of the world, secretly, just as the great George Floyd. It's no different. This is my biggest challenge ever. However, this obstacle done changed me. Eventually, it's going to hit the rest of the world where I can make changes to this corrupt place. Thank you.
Thank you. Now will be Tracy Thornhill. Is he still here? Next will be Jody Williams. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
First of all, this is to the mayor and anybody who can get a message to him. This is concerning the homeless. I made it my business to go up there every week, starting the first of the year. I've spoken with mothers and their children who are up there waiting for some type of support when there is none. They tell me that first they told them to be there at 2:30 a.m. No help. Now they're telling them to be there at 8 o'clock. They say that they'll do an update, whereas they only list maybe 20 people to do an update. And the remainder of the people have to come back the following week on a Wednesday. You're already homeless. They don't give you an update of any kind of service that they have given you. And now you gotta wait 7 more days for them just to tell you if they've given you any kind of help. You guys need to help these people. The mayor say he don't know where the homeless is and his constituent services. Well, they're at Gateway where you sent them. That's where they are. Give these people some help. You know, I've gotten 2 tickets trying to bring a mother Pampers and food for her kids. Help these people. They're just sitting there. And I'd like to know where the mayor where did he do with the funds for the homeless? These people, I know that these people haven't gotten any help since January. How do you let them be homeless that long?
Time has expired.
Thank you guys for listening, and let the mayor know, because I am coming back to find out where that money is.
Thank you. Next is I. Wallace. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Aiden, I'm calling in reference to the streets in the Atlanta area. I'm going to give you a little synopsis of what I see, things I ran into. I'm going to say something that's redundant, but I know you all drive the same streets that I do. Why don't you all see the same problems that I see? Potholes. I was on Calmonton Road and Honeysuckle 3 days ago with a gas station. Pothole. Tore up one of my tires over there. The other is on Avon and Graymont. Somebody has put a square in their private corporation. Don't fill it up. Some of the potholes that they put out around here is not even fixed right. I know I can smooth out better than just dump it in there in the humps or whatever. You're going by the nature trail on Cascade Road. There's a water drainage there. Cars go all around it every time they go their way. In terms of, I know it could be smoothed out. On Cascade and Central Villa, it's a construction company is supposed to be doing some work there. That building been blocked off for 4 weeks plus. Nothing is being done in that area whatsoever. Nothing. They need to have a mandate. When you're going to do it then, and don't block off the street from that point on. I passed stop signs that the shrubbery is growing over. I got a ticket one time for that, okay? When I took the picture and went back to the judge, she dismissed it. That's wasting people's time. On, was it Donnelly Holloway, where the fire station is up, I think it's Field Street, I had to go find a part for my car. I talked to the people at the yard back there. They say, no, that's the city's, plus they need to pay that. It's trouble in there. You're going to tell me you can't go in that area. I don't know what supervisors are doing around town. That's the, you see something reported. Bye. Oh, by the way, Lee Street, look at naming after C.T. Vivian.
Thank you.
Yeah, look at, thank you.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. I know he didn't say my name, but he was talking about some specific issues that are dear to me as well. That is an active project zone right now. It's a construction zone for the next 12 months, that whole stretch of Cascade. And when you don't see them working, they're actually working in other areas, but they're actually changing out the drainage because there have been drain problems during the Cascade Complete Street. So we're going to be extremely, we're going to be out of sorts for the next 12 months because this is something that we have to do as a city to complete that Cascade Complete Streets. But Campbellton Road, I am glad you came down to speak about those potholes and the state of disrepair of Campbellton Road. It has not been paved since the 90s, and I've been really clear about that. Campbellton Road needs a good resurfacing. I keep hearing that it's not because, you know, of the MARTA project, but the MARTA project hadn't happened in 6 years since I got on council, and I don't see it actually being completed for another 5. So we need something done in the interim. People are popping tires, and I do believe that we need more advocacy. So thank you very much for coming down to speak about Campbellton Road on all of those corners that you're speaking about. I would like for you to also use the 311 system because that's how we draw attention to where our problem areas are. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And I'm Councilmember Overstreet's partner on Campbellton Road. I have the other side. So Center Villa on back is actually District 12. I'm the choir. I drove up this weekend to get my scooter fixed at Eastern Rise over on Campbellton Road. And Allison is the worst road in my district. Allison is one of the worst roads in my district. So we are the choir, and we're working to get it done. Thank you for saying that, and I'm glad we put it on record. Thank you again, sir. HBCU, Tennessee State University, stand up.
Finally, today we'll have Bunmi Janadu. Bunmi Janadu still here? No. Okay, with that, that completes public comment. Thank you all to the folks who came out today to share their comments with council. Next, we will move to the report of the Journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon. I, Corinne A. Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, hereby confirm that minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, March 4th, 2024 are true and correct.
If there aren't any additions or changes to the minutes, I'd entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the Journal? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Mr. President, unanimous consent is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 1 is 24C 5045. This is a communication from Councilmember Howard Shipp, District 7, reappointing Ms. Candace Allen Mitchell to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women for a term of 2 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Mr. President, if I may take items number 2 and 3 as block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 2 is a 24C 5046. This is a communication from Nancy Flake Johnson, President and CEO of Urban League of Greater Atlanta, submitting the reappointment of Ms. Leah Pulliman to serve on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 3 is 24C 5047. This is a communication from N. John Bay, President of the Gate City Bar Association, submitting the appointment of Mr. Jermaine A. Austin to serve on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
Item number 4 is, Mr. President, if I may take item 4 and 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 4 is 24C 5048. This is a communication from Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, and Jason Dozer, District 4, appointing Mr. Jared Evans to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 5 is 24C 5049. This is a communication from Council Members Dustin Hillis, District 9, and Andrea L. Boone, District 10, appointing Mr. Anthony Wilson II to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
Mr. President, that concludes the communication items.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, Mr. Chair.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 1. These were items that begin on page 4. They are for second reading, so the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me pause and ask colleagues if there are any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1 today. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1. It's moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. One moment. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 2. These are items that begin on page 22 of your materials. They are for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. First, let me again pause to see if there are any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Next, we'll move to the report of standing committees. Today, we will begin with the Community Development Human Services Committee, Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, if you will turn to page 25 of the council agenda, I have one item, 22-0-1038, CDP-20-006, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate a portion of the property located at 1576 Donnelly Hollowell Parkway from low-density commercial land use designation to mixed-use medium-density land use designation and for other purposes. Mr. President, the recommendation of the CDHS committee is to file this item.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 22-0-1038. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Transportation Committee, Chair Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Have two items. On page 33, item number 1, 24-0-1029, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, Andrea L. Boone, Matt Westmoreland, Marcy Carr Overstreet, Dustin Hillis, Michael Julian Bond, a substitute by the Transportation Committee, as substituted by the City of Atlanta, an ordinance to authorize the ceremonial naming of Concourse D located at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, the Michael R. Hollis Concourse, and for other purposes. These items were forwarded to full council without recommendation, but on condition with there being conversations to take place. Some of those conversations have taken place. After speaking to the family and other departments, I will make a motion to hold this in the breast of council.
There's a motion to hold in abreast of council, and just so we have the right number, I believe it's actually 24-0-1129. I think there was just a typo there. So 24-0-1129, there's a motion to hold in abreast of council by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Juan. We'll move directly to a vote on the motion to move directly in the breast of council, because that is not a debatable motion. So Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move to breast of council.
The vote is open.
Just as a reminder, it's a majority vote. An aye will hold it for 2 weeks, and nay will not allow it to be held for 2 weeks. Point of order? It cannot be discussed. It's a non-debatable motion.
Procedural question.
It's not a procedural question. Oh, apologies. Yes, thank you for the correction. It would be 4 weeks because of recess. It would be for the next council meeting, so it would technically be 4 weeks.
Mr. President, in light of that new information, I withdraw my motion and make a new motion to adopt.
I will allow it since I've not called the vote. So Councilmember Amos has withdrawn his motion. Just to remind everybody where we are, this was forwarded with no recommendation. Councilmember Amos has made a motion to adopt.
What was on the screen?
So there's a motion by Councilmember Amos to adopt, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. We will now move to discussion on the motion to adopt. I'm going to start with Councilmember Juan, if you don't mind, and then come back to Councilmember Hillis, just because he's in the order. Discussion on the motion to adopt, Councilmember Juan.
So I think procedurally, we actually need to bring the substitute forward, which we have not done yet. So, because it's important to me to take the bypassing the vote off of the caption. So I'll make can I make a substitute motion to bring forward the substitute that was distributed earlier this year?
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bond to bring forth the substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Does everybody have the substitute? Yes, okay. Hearing no discussion, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring, it just changes the caption, apologies. Can we sound the caption on the substitute?
So come to find out, I have the substituted caption, so I will reread. An ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, Andrea L. Boone, Matt Westmoreland, Marcia Carr Overstreet, Dustin Hillis, Michael Julian Bond, as substituted by the Transportation Committee, as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, an ordinance to authorize the ceremonial naming of Concourse D, located at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, the Michael R. Hollis Concourse, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, we have Councilmember Juan is making the motion. Can you please repeat the seconder?
Second was Councilmember Hillis on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bond was on the substitute. Councilmember Hillis is on adoption. Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond is on the substitute. All right, so any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. One moment. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. We're now back to the motion to adopt, which is now as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted?
Mr. President, I just want to say, as you could tell from our original motion, it was a motion to hold, to hold in the breast of council, but in light of us going to recess, that will add more time to it. There are still conversations that need to be had to figure out exactly how we properly honor Mr. Hollis. Those conversations will still take place along with hopefully the passing of this. But I just want to let my colleagues know that there are still conversations to be had with the administration and, more importantly, the airport that have not taken place, and with the family as well. So just want to let everyone to know that.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted this item? Here, Councilmember Bond.
I just want to be on the record beyond my vote saying that Michael Hollis is more than deserving of this honor. Having known he and the Hollis family, Julius and others that grew up over in West End, Atlanta, adjacent to where they literally grew up with my father and my uncle, Michael Hollis, and having lived through the experience of being here in Atlanta when he developed the airline, when he worked on Grady Hospital, when he was involved in entrepreneurship here in Atlanta, not just an example, a tremendous example for African Americans, but an example for young people of all colors, creeds, races, and categories about how to do business, how to be successful, how to take what you've got and make the most of it. Well, not only younger kids, but people who believe in the American dream, because the American dream comes in all colors. And so this is an appropriate honor. I know the details have to be worked out, but he is more than deserving, and this is frankly long overdue, because not many people in America accomplish the things that he accomplished, whether yellow, brown, black, or white. So with that.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you, everybody. On next item, sir, page 33, item number 2, 24-R-3349, a resolution by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor to enter into an amendment with ALD Development Corp. doing business as Airport Dimensions for an agreement FC-6149, Airport Common for use for lounge third-party management on Concourse F at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and for other purposes. This item is favorable on conditions. The condition has been met, so I make a motion to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-3349. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, and the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be the Finance Exec Committee. Chair Shook.
Thank you. Our loan item is on page 37. This is 24-01112. This came forward without recommendation on condition, and what is now being proposed is the adoption of a substitute, and so I would move that we bring the substitute forward.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan for 24-0-1112. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote and motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. I believe it changes the caption.
Yes, the substitute caption reads, an ordinance by Shook, substituted by Finance Exec, and substituted by the Atlanta City Council to request the issuance by the Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Agency of its revenue bonds, Series 2024, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $30 million to assist with financing the costs of acquiring, constructing, renovating, and equipping certain municipal improvement projects for public buildings and related facilities located within the Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Area Number 1, including electrical, plumbing, and elevator repairs, exterior lighting upgrades, and HVAC and AV equipment improvements, non-emergency customer relationship management system upgrades, renovations to the human resources department offices, and elevator modernization and HVAC lighting and security improvements to certain city facilities and department offices, authorizing the execution, delivery, and performance of an intergovernmental contract, a bond purchase agreement, a continuing disclosure agreement, and related documents and certificates, authorizing the execution of an acknowledgement of service and the filing of an answer on behalf of the city and validation proceedings related to the Series 2024 bonds, authorizing the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement, an official statement in connection with the sale of the Series 2024 bonds by the agency, approving a designated officer of the city to deem final the preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Commission rule listed, and approving the City of Atlanta amended and restated urban redevelopment plan, and for other purposes. I will make a motion to approve on substitute, and if there's a second, I would then like to ask the Finance Department to describe the nature.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilor Bakhtiari to adopt 24-0-1112 as substituted. I will now ask the Department of Finance if they'd like to comment.
Yes, the substitute took out the transportation-related projects that were part of this initial legislation, and it just allows us to have a more in-depth and in detail conversations about transportation delivery for the City of Atlanta.
Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Oh.
Nope. I've been asked to make a motion to send this to the mayor's office post haste, and I will make that motion.
Motion to move post haste by Councilmember Shook. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Mr. President, that's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Councilmember Amos, you have the floor.
That'd be, thank you. Page 38, item number 5, number 23-R3229. And I'd like to make a motion to file that paper.
There's a motion by the author of the paper, Councilmember Amos, to pull 23-R-3229 off of hold, and your motion is to file.
Yes.
Second.
There's a second by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to file 23-R-3229?
And just for the record, after substantial changes to the paper by some Republican members of the legislature, it is no longer tenant friendly. So we'd definitely like to file this paper. I support.
Gotcha. Any other discussion on the motion to file this paper? Yeah, let's read the caption.
Okay, thank you. That would be 23-R 3229er, a resolution by Mr. Amos urging the 2023-24 regular session of the Georgia General Assembly to support the Georgia House Bill 404, better known as the, quote, Safe at Home Act, end quote, and for other purposes.
Any further discussion on the motion to file this item? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
One moment, Mr. President. The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 10 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Overstreet, how do you want your vote reflected? Councilmember Overstreet's an aye.
That's 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries. Any other business?
I guess I'm done now.
All right. Thank you. Next up will be Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari. We'll hold just a moment while she comes back in the chamber.
Thank you, Council President. Your timing for when I step out of this chamber is impeccable. So thank you all. If there are no objections, I'd like to take items 1 through 4 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1, 24-C-5041, a communication from council members Dustin Hillis, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, and Keisha Shawn Waits, appointing Ms. Elizabeth Hollister to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Procurement Reform Task Force. Item number 2, 24-C-5042, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. N. John Bay, Esquire, to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Procurement Reform Task Force. Item number 3, 24-C-5043, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Chiquita Smith to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item number 4, communication from, item number 4, 24-C-5044, a communication from Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, reappointing Ms. Maria Williams to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. All these appointments were unanimously favorable and their committees of purview, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee, these 4 items. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? These are communications. We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Okay.
Mr. President, unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt these 4 items carries.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item number 5, 24-R-3354, a resolution as substituted by the Committee on Council by Finance Exec Committee to call a special election to fill the vacancy in the office of council member for Atlanta City Council, Post 3 at Large, to provide for a qualification period and fee therefore, to provide for notice thereof in the official organs of Fulton and DeKalb counties and in a newspaper of general circulation in the city and for other purposes. This item was found favorable on substitute, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt on substitute coming out of committee, 24-R-3354. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 10 yeas, 2 nays.
10 yeas, 2 nays, the motion to adopt is substituted carries.
Mr. President, sorry, I need to change my vote on this.
Oh, Councilmember Amos?
Yes.
Same.
Well, actually, because I count, hold on. Because I called it, I'll need a motion to reconsider. Anyone who was an aye can use that motion.
Second.
Councilmember Bond is motion to reconsider. Councilmember Amos is a second. There's a motion to reconsider on the table. It is debatable. Any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, Councilmember Lewis, do you want to discuss? Okay, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to reconsider.
One moment. No, it doesn't automatically. One moment. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 9 yeas, 1 nay.
9 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to reconsider carries. We will now reconsider the motion to adopt. A discussion on the motion to adopt. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I will not be supporting this piece of legislation. I have been here a long time, and for qualifications to occur 5 to 6 months before an election is unheard of. I do not think this is the right thing to do. These elections, the qualifications have been August, and then the elections are in November. So I will not be supporting this legislation.
Councilmember Lewis.
And standing with Councilmember Boone on it, and also understanding that District 9, 10, 11, and 12 are the ones that are under Post 3, and we are the ones that are not in favor of this. And so,
In all fairness, we need to hear that from
I don't want to
everybody.
speak for anybody else. I apologize. I don't want to speak for anyone else. I apologize for 9, 10, 11, and 12. District 12 is not in support of moving it in favor, and I just heard District 10 say the same thing. So.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Chair. I was coming in from the outside when the vote was being considered, so I appreciate everyone who voted to reconsider. But if I'm hearing correctly, that we would hold qualifications some 5 months before an election period? Is that correct? Well, that is objectionable just on its face. You know, it's bad enough that our friend and colleague who resigned at a time that denied us the opportunity to fill this seat via election in a timely manner that would have saved not only the city money, but have the convenience of partnering with the county to do this in May. But now we're struck with a situation where this seat is empty unless we act to fill it via calling for our own election and at a cost of over $1 million in November. And so, first on its face, that if you have a qualification period, it should quickly follow an election. I mean, that's the way every other election in Georgia is conducted. You have a qualification period, then you got 10 weeks to hold your election. But then two, given the unique situation that we find ourselves in, that we were inadvertently denied the opportunity to follow that in every other instance like everybody else in Georgia is doing, you know, the county, the state, however, I think it would be unfair not only to the public, but it's unfair for those who might consider running for office to have to qualify 5 months out. Nobody else in Georgia does that. I mean, that's not normal. And so going outside, even though it might be legal, but it's not normal. It's not the standard practice. And I don't think that we should veer from what is a standard practice and tradition of holding and conducting elections. I mean, it's bad enough that we've been impacted the way that we had. And I think that probably we need to have a discussion as a body, not just within the committee, as to how we're going to deal with this vacancy. Because given the time that will elapse between now and the election day, there are citizens who are represented by Post 3 at large that aren't being represented. And so I think we need to have a discussion as to whether or not we amend our code and appoint someone, given the length of time that the seat is vacant, and then also look and see if we as a city are willing to pay the money to fill the seat sooner than November. But having the qualifications, you know, what's on the table today, I think we should not do it for those reasons. It's never been done in the history of the city of Atlanta, never. And, you know, even when people have resigned, when people have passed away, it just has never been done this way. And I don't think, given these other questions, that it ought to be done this way today. So I won't be supporting the legislation, and I hope that we will have a group discussion with the full council on how to deal with this vacancy.
Councilor Overstreet, I think you were up there. I'm not sure why you disappeared, but
Yes, I'd love, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I really and truly wanted to speak, first of all, because we find ourselves in a situation that we didn't ask for. So I don't think there's any language that will speak to what's customary and what's normal and what always happens, because this isn't something that always happens. So I will say that I have noticed that qualifying happens in March, and sometimes those people aren't elected until November. Now, granted, it's primary and general and those kind of things, but you know, ballots are ballots. And it will not cost the city more money. I will say that. However, I prefer that we have an appointee. I think this is a long time for this seat to be empty in the first place. So my conversation really isn't around, you know, shall we have qualification in March, or shall we have it in May or June or August? It is, let's fill this seat, because there are people that are not being, luckily, it is an at-large position, because I know for sure, and this is the conversation that I was having around the other piece of legislation as to staffing and whatnot. There is no way I could leave my post empty. District 11 calls me all day, all year long. It needs to be staffed. It needs to be filled at all times. I don't get to decide, how to and not to be a part of the governance of District 11. It's extremely important that they are represented at all times. I don't even feel comfortable, taking the recess, to be honest. I can't even say that I've been on a full recess for 2 whole weeks in 6 years. So I don't think the conversation is, for me anyway, that's what my vote is going to represent. I don't really care May, June, August. I just want the position filled, because we found ourselves in a terrible situation of having an empty post. So I'm fine with the legislation. Doesn't matter to me one bit.
Councilmember Boone.
Yes, Mr. President, first, I would like to say that I really don't know whose grand idea this was, but this is very bad. This is very bad on so many levels. To have a qualification moved up 5 to 6 months before a November election. We should have had a meeting with the law department and come up with other ways to fill this seat. But to move whatever the reasoning was for moving this up 5 to 6 months, the public and those ready and willing to run for office should be outraged. So whose bright idea this was? This was not good for the people of Atlanta, and I will not be supporting this.
Councilmember Lewis.
Once again, I stand with my colleague, Councilmember Boone, in saying that, and I'll also say that Post 3 represents District 12. And so District 12 and District 9, District 10 are continuing to say that they are not in favor of this, and I'll tell you why. I believe in free and fair elections. I don't believe we should appoint a person in this seat. I think that appointing people, this is John Lewis City. And John Lewis fought, Representative John Lewis fought for people to have the right to vote. And I think appointing a person in this city is doing business behind closed doors, and we need to show as much transparency as possible on this. I think if we do move up that date, we need to fill it. Got to fill that seat ASAP. As a citizen who, lifelong citizen of Post 3, as a representative of District 12 who at large seat in Post 3, I would like to be, if we move it up, let's have the election in June. And that's before the law department to decide. So, but this right now would be an untraditional track that we aren't doing nationwide. Thank you again, President.
Councilmember Shook.
Call the question.
There's a call to question by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. It's not debatable. It takes a 2/3 vote to move the previous question, which means we'll move directly to a vote. I would remind everybody that it still takes 10 votes. Does not matter how many people are present. It takes 10 votes in order for the motion to move the previous question to pass. So, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move the previous question.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 9 yeas, 3 nays.
9 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to move the previous question fails. We'll continue to debate the motion. I'm going to give Councilmember Bakhtiari an opportunity to speak here.
Just for the record, there's been a lot of statements about moving the election up. That is not something the city can do. Ms. Robinson, I would really like for you to comment on state law, because there seems to be a lack of understanding around that rule.
Yes, good afternoon. Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta, Department of Law. Elections must be, special elections must be conducted on the dates of the, that's set forth in state law. In odd number years, in even number years, such as this, that would be the date of the general primary, which was May 21st, or the date of the general election, which is in November. As this was also an even numbered year, the call of the special election must occur no less than 90 days prior to the date of the special election. And it's been stated, due to the timing of the resignation of the former member of the Post 3 at large, the only date available was the general election in November for the special election in 2024.
Thank you. I also want to state that this is a understanding that the requirements for someone who lives, the residency requirements needed to run for post 3. However, it is a citywide seat. This is a citywide discussion. We should not make a practice of speaking for other people. Additionally, this is transparency. We're having the conversation here. Due diligence has been done. It is fully within council's purview to set a qualifying time. We all have the right to disagree on that, and we have discussed it. I ask that we take it to the vote, and this is the public process. So, but it is perfectly legal. We are having the discussion here. We are following process, and this is still by letter of law. Now, if there is, seeing that we have voted down a call to question, even though everyone here has made their sentiments known, if there is a desire to hold this for a cycle so additional conversation can continue, that is also fine. But we should either decide to vote on this today or to hold it for a cycle so additional conversation can happen.
Wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry,
This
we
is
cannot
wrong.
hold it for a cycle.
This shit here is wrong. This shit is wrong.
Well, we can hear you on your mic.
Councilmember Bond.
So let's please not cuss into the mic.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the explanation. Thank you for the Law Department for clarification. But given the clarification of the Law Department, it makes this paper even more objectionable, right? So if we can't hold the election under state law until the fall, then the qualifying shouldn't be until the fall. Just like every other election that will take place in the state of Georgia this year. And so when I spoke of appointing someone, what we have done as a body in the past is that when people have been appointed to fill vacancies on the city council, those persons who are appointed are prohibited from running for the seat. They only serve in the interim until the seat is filled via election. And that is what I would advocate that we do now, that we adopt a process that will allow us to make a temporary appointment and then hold the qualification in the same legal posture that every other election is held 10 weeks out from election day. And so that's probably more, thank you, Ms. Robinson, for that explanation. That gives me more robust zeal not to support what's on the table today. Well, we would have to put in an ordinance to make an appointment. We'd have to ask our skilled attorneys to draft an ordinance to allow us to make an appointment, that understanding that person would be prohibited from running for the seat, so they would not be given a fair advantage, right? They would not be able to compete for it. And we'll hold a regular election in the fall. So we'd have to do that. And I would respectfully request that the Law Department draft us such a piece of legislation today. Or, you know, if they can't get it done by the end of the day, have it ready for us in April. But there's no reason, you know, given the Law Department's explanation, to support this paper at all.
Councilor Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want the public to be clear. I want them to know what is going on here in the Atlanta City Council. For a November election, legislation is before us to qualify in May. In my opinion, this is hurting potential candidates. This is hurting the residents of the city of Atlanta, and whatever spirit this was derived out of. I want those that are supporting this to really think about what you are doing. I have never seen a 5 to 6 month period between qualifying and an election. So whatever reason we are coming up with this is not the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Lewis.
I think Councilmember Boone said something a little earlier. She said, whose paper is this? And I think we're asking for transparency when we say that. We have folks defending this paper, but no name is actually signed on it. Standing with Councilmember Bond again, given the law department's explanation, gives us no reason to support this paper. For a November election, we're asking people to qualify in May. That doesn't happen. Doesn't happen anywhere in the world. To break this down to people, this is political. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
One moment.
Councilmember Bond, you have a question?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment.
Oh, we're in the middle of a vote, so that's, unfortunately, we're in the middle of a vote.
Vote open? It doesn't seem to be open. It's not open, and I've made my motion.
Open?
It's
One
not-
moment. Yeah. We're having some system issues,
Well,
Mr.
I made-
President.
I made-
That's fine.
I made a
I'll allow it.
motion.
I'll allow it, Mr. Bond. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Who has the calendar? What would be the dates out from the November election, 10 weeks out?
August 6th, 7th, and 8th.
The election would be the 5th of November, is that correct?
That's correct.
So we'd have to go back October, September, and then qualifying would have to be in August. So we usually do a week, right? So how many weeks is that? Is that 10 weeks? So 10 weeks out would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would be the week of the 27th of August. So I'd like to make an amendment, and I need an amendment form to change the date of qualifying to be August, the week of qualifying to be August 26th through the 30th.
Second.
Does anybody have an amendment form so I can write it out? Or do I do it the old school way in the back?
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to amend, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. We are getting the appropriate form.
Have the paper. No, I mean the one. Oh.
The amendment is to amend the dates to qualification being August 26th to August 30th, correct, Mr. Bond?
Yes.
Is there any discussion on the motion to amend this item? Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the motion. I'm not going to support it, and I'll tell you why. You know, to me, someone who is going to run a citywide campaign and be viable to qualify 10 weeks before a citywide election, I think is, I'm not sure what the right word is. I think an earlier qualification time actually vets out more viable candidates than what we might end up getting, you know, based on the timing that's being proposed. You know, whether May is the right or if June is the right, I don't know, but I think given the importance of this and a citywide seat, quite frankly, I would support an earlier qualifying time. So it's going to be reflected in my votes along the way, but I just want to give the logic on it.
Remember, we're on the motion to amend only. Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, I just want to respond. Between the two of us, Mr. Juan, you've run citywide once. I've run citywide like 5 times. I've run citywide 8 times. And I've run in the district twice. 10 weeks out, qualifying is adequate time for someone who's going to run citywide. Having an earlier time, I'm not a sinister person, and I'm not suspicious, but having a qualifying time in May or April or March seems like it's targeted at a person. Seems like it's targeted at an individual who left this body and trying to rob them of the opportunity to run for a seat later down the road if they're unsuccessful at doing what they left to do. But I'm not cynical, so I don't really believe that's the case, right? But for 150 plus years, probably longer than that in Georgia, elections have been scheduled roughly for a 10-week period, and qualifying is immediately before the election period. If we do something different here today, I believe we're setting a bad precedent, right, for our electorate. We're going against not only our own personal history, but the traditions and history of the government that allows us to exist, the state of Georgia. So we would not be in proper form historically with what has been the law in Georgia for almost 300 years. So if we want to be effective, I promise you that a 10-week campaign, a week before the campaign begins as qualifying, is adequate for a citywide campaign, because I've done it over and over again. And I've done it with all the money I've ever wanted to raise, and I've done it with rubber bands and chewing gum. So I've done it both ways, when times of feast and times of famine. And it is adequate, and it is appropriate, and we shouldn't do anything other than what we have always done if we're going to remain not only the preeminent municipality in Georgia, but to stay true to values of the republic democracy that we have and maintain. So I hope that you'll come back on and we'll support this amendment so we can move on. Yeah, please.
I'll give you a response, Councilmember Juan, then I'll go to
Thank you, Mr. Bond. I appreciate you're not presuming my rationale for supporting this. I believe I tried to explain it. The reality of it is yes, qualifying may have been 10 weeks, but the campaigns started way before then. I don't think you've qualified in August for the first time ever just to run for that race if you hadn't already been elected in that role. So I'm not disputing. Well, all I'm saying is the campaigns start sooner, and to me, knowing officially who's kind of in the race acknowledges the fact that a citywide campaign actually starts far more than 10 weeks before the actual election. I appreciate your logic and your rationale. I'm not as concerned about setting a precedent. I mean, we are kind of the largest city in Georgia. I think sometimes the rules are a little different for us because of the scale and magnitude and the dynamics that are here. I may stand alone in that logic, and that's fine, but just again wanted to explain.
Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President, and that sounds great. But let's face it, we know why we're doing this. And guess what? It's not right. And it can pass today. But it's not the right thing to do. A November election, and we're talking about having qualifying in May or June. I don't know any other jurisdiction, if we were to do research, that this will be acceptable. This is not good for the public. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Once again, I stand in solidarity, particularly with my senior council members. Councilmember Bunn, when he talks about his experience running citywide, and he gives the historical value of the 10-week, and he actually looked up the exact date that we're supposed to use. I also respect, I stand in solidarity and I respect Councilmember Boone when she says the things she said, and I go a little bit further and I say, it's real politics going on, and I'm glad that she's able to call it out. When you see two senior council members who've been here, been around, known for being pure people, saying this, you gotta, something's going on. Atlanta needs to be watching this. I think a term that was used was we want to be able to vet the candidates. I don't think we should be able to choose the candidates. I think the people are. And in our election that people sitting here right now, we actually had a 10-week period ourselves. We had August 20th as qualifying date, and we had a November 11th, so same thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Call to
Remember,
question.
we're on the amendment to insert the new dates.
Great. Call to question.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari to call the question on the motion to amend, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. We'll move immediately to the vote to call the previous question. Again, this is a motion to close debate. It needs 10 affirmative votes in order to close debate on the motion to amend. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move the previous question.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 10 yeas, 2 nays.
10 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to move the previous question carries. We'll move directly to a vote on the motion to amend. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 7 yeas, 5 nays.
7 yeas, 5 nays. The motion fails. You need 8 votes, no matter the attendance, in order to pass. So the motion to amend by Mr. Bond fails. We're now back to the motion to adopt the original piece of legislation that was coming out of the committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember,
Mr. President,
Councilmember Boone.
what are those dates? What are those dates? What are
Somebody
those
read off the
proposed
dates
dates?
that are in the paper itself. Give us just a second, Councilmember Boone. I don't have the whole paper in front of me, so asking the clerk for the dates.
The current dates would be Tuesday, May, this doesn't have it either. I don't know where. One moment, Mr. President. This should be. Council President, that would be from Tuesday, May 14th, 2024, and run through Thursday, May 16th, 2024, ending at 4:30 p.m.
Councilmember Boone, anything else? Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend the paper to move the qualifying to July 22nd, Monday, July 22nd through Friday, July 26th.
Second. There's a motion by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is that right? To amend to July, let me make sure I get it right, Councilmember Bond,
July 22nd
to July 26th?
Through July 26th. I know that Mr. Warren said he'd be more comfortable if the date was earlier, and so I'm making this motion to make things more comfortable and more acceptable, even though I still believe that we should not have our qualifying go out beyond the normal standardized 10-week process that every governmental subdivision in Georgia uses. But given the fact that they said that this was a point of consideration or maybe of bending, we're throwing this out as an olive branch. Because, you know, we don't want to see Atlanta turn into a banana republic.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Discussion on the motion to amend Councilmember 1.
Yep, so Councilmember Bond, just curious as to logic of that particular date.
Well, I'm using the statement that you made, that you would have been more comfortable. You said that you'd be more comfortable with a June or July date. And so I'm putting that date out there, hopefully to win your support, so that we don't embarrass Atlanta by having our qualifying set months and months and months before the regular campaign period.
So it's basically just a dart you threw at a calendar?
I'm sorry?
A dart you threw at a calendar, basically?
No, it's not a dart that I threw at the calendar. The dart that's shown at the calendar is the date that's in the legislation today. It is a poison pin dart aimed at a colleague who resigned, and a not so underhanded effort to prevent that person from seeking office again within this calendar year. That is what is the dart. And so what I'm imploring you to do is you said, your words here in this chamber, you said that you would consider an earlier date. And so I'm providing you an earlier date via a motion. And I'm hoping that you would be gracious enough, since I have extended to you, that you would extend something back so that we don't embarrass the city of Atlanta and bring shame upon us because of personal conflicts that people might have with individuals who may have resigned from this body. That we don't embarrass my hometown, my city, the place where I serve, with a personal vendetta. That we don't embarrass our body, a respected, august body that is the exemplar, or used to be, the exemplar for the state of Georgia as the capital city, that we don't denigrate it with personal, lowball, kindergarten-like, I don't like you, you don't like me kind of tactics that are frankly beneath every member of this body. It is embarrassing. Now, I'm one of the longest serving members of this body. I've seen it all. I've seen the fights between Bill Campbell and Marvin Arrington. I saw the fights between Rob Pitts and Bill Campbell. I saw the fights between Maynard and Marvin. I saw the fights between Shirley and other members of the council members, and Derek Bozeman. I saw it all. I saw people contend, but I never saw people get down in the mud on the worst, most juvenile, petty issues. The voters will decide who sits there, absent our appointment of someone to occupy the seat until it's filled. The voters will do that. This place is like your family. You don't get to pick who your family is. The voters do. You know, I tried to be cool, and I apologize. I tried not to get, let it come out of me today. But this is embarrassing. Frankly, to bring this paper forward as a senior member to junior members, you should have been embarrassed to do it. It should never have been considered. It is beneath the body. It is beneath our decorum. It is beneath the history of this chamber. You are denigrating the seat that you are in with this childish motion. And those of you who voted for it, whatever they promised you, whatever club you got going, underneath, it's not worth it. Stand on who you are. You were put here by people to make worthwhile decisions, not to throw stones or darts at people that you didn't happen to like when you served with them. This place isn't about like. It's about doing right for everybody who's on the outside, not trying to do right for people who don't like others here on the inside. I hope this paper fails if it's not amended. It is an embarrassment to this government and those who have supported it. I'll just say it. You're embarrassing us with it. So with that is why I selected that date, because you said that you would consider something sooner or later, sooner in the year, even though the appropriate date that got voted down is the standard, the entire goddamn state of Georgia. Standard. This is embarrassing. And you ought to be embarrassed. If you're not, we're embarrassed for you. You're shaming the city. You're shaming this chamber with the most juvenile piece of crap. You know, I've sat here for 2 years watching a lot of you new folks, right? I didn't say much. I don't go to the club. I don't drink after the meeting. I don't do that for a lot of reasons. And I've held my tongue, but I couldn't do it today. I couldn't do it. This is too much. This is juvenilely too much. Whatever kind of relationships or clique or club you got going on, it's an embarrassment to the city. It's an embarrassment to your constituents. It's an embarrassment to everybody who served in those seats before you. This is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. It's the voters who decide who sits there. And it's up to us so the voters will have the adequate, traditional, legal means of putting somebody in that seat. It's not up to you who decides there, who's going to sit there. It's not up to you to put blockades there. It's up to us to accommodate the public and make it easy for them to run if they choose so that they can sit in that seat. Please don't disappoint me again. You're embarrassing me in my hometown, where I have served proudly, but I am not proud of this moment right now. And I couldn't hold it. I tried, I couldn't hold it. This is bad, very bad. And it's bad for a city, and it is, frankly, Mr. President, a low moment in this term. Very low. So that's why I picked those dates, Mr. Wand. I wasn't throwing darts like some of you who introduced this legislation. That's a poison pin dart at someone. It's wrong. And I implore you, as a senior member of this body who served on both sides, in a council seat and at large, and as an employee of this city, do right by these people. Vote either amend it or vote it down, and then burn the paper that it's written on. I withdraw, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. I would just remind members, you can always feel free to direct your comments towards me. Councilmember Wand.
I was going to say, yeah, I appreciate the passion, and I know it's all the comments are directed to me simply because I'm the one who offered up my rationale for supporting this. Perhaps dart wasn't the right word. It just, if there had been some deliberate or intentionality behind it, it's like, you know, we're trying to avoid school, we're trying to move it up 20 weeks instead of 10 weeks. I mean, just anything, but it did feel like a very arbitrary date that was picked up to prove a point. And I said I support an earlier date because of the reasons I supported, not necessarily that anything that was put in front of me I would support or vote for. So here, again, I want to explain my logic, and I invite you to look. My fingerprints are not in any way, shape on this. I invite you to do an open records look for anything you want from me in terms of this, but my fingerprints aren't on it. But I will say, though, had it not been for the timing of the resignation, the reality of it is that it actually would have been even faster, potentially, where we would have had a qualifying and then an election ensuing. And if there were another election between the May primary and November, again, everything would have changed. And my logic, again, is someone running a citywide seat, I would want to give them as much runway as possible to be able to run an effective campaign, get their message out. We obviously disagree on what that means and what that takes. I think you peg it at the date of qualifying. To me, I peg it at the date the campaign starts, when you announce that you want to run, you start raising money, and you're out there knocking on doors. And to me, out of respect for those candidates that want all that runway, to be able to set that soon and not have a surprise 10 weeks before the election, I think ultimately, again, in my opinion, and we can debate the policy on it, could give the voters a better choice. So that's just my logic, Councilmember Bond. I'm not taking it personally, even though it felt very personal the way you were coming at me out of it. I just want to explain my logic, and this paper will go how it goes. I will vote my conscience, and again, using that logic, but I appreciate the perspective that you bring and the passion that you bring to this.
Well, thank you. It wasn't meant to be directed at you personally, and I don't, as you all know, don't often lose my temper. So I will apologize for that. But again, to your point, as your logic, and we disagree, I have the experience of running at large. It's the advantage of having the qualification come right before the official campaign season. That's the benefit. It's not qualifying months out, because you're allowed to raise more money to get your qualifying fee. You have more time to do it when it is closer to the regular election. But we disagree. So, you know, that we are where we are. But it was not intended to be personal, and for the body, I apologize for losing my temper, because as you know, I don't often do that. So I apologize for that. But my point is still the same. Please don't embarrass Atlanta beyond what has been swirling in rumor and what have you about this body. Please maintain its integrity, and let's do things the way that they ought to be done, the way that they've traditionally been done, and the way that they've historically been done, and allow the public to put whoever they want in that seat back into the seat.
Councilmember Bakhtiari, you didn't have your button since you're up here. but you had asked to
Thank you. And I appreciate the debate. I think everyone here has expressed their opinions, and I would like to once again call to question.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari to call the previous question, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Again, we will move directly, no debate on the motion to move the previous question. Again, it takes 2/3, so 10 affirmatives. We'll immediately close debate, and we'll go to a vote on the motion. If we don't reach 10 affirmatives, then we will go back to debate. And it is, yes, thank you. And it is closing the question, on the amendment. This is the amendment of the July 22nd to 26 dates. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Parliamentarian. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to call the previous question on the amendment.
The vote is open.
How would you like your vote reflected? Please reflect Councilmember Bond as an aye to the motion to call the question. Oh, nay, sorry, my apologies. Nay for Mr. Bond on calling the previous question.
The vote is closed. That's 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Councilor Westmoreland, how would you like your vote reflected? Councilor Westmoreland is a nay.
That's 7 yeas, 5 nays.
7 yeas, 5 nays. The motion to call the previous question fails. Councilmember Boone, we're back to the discussion on the motion to amend.
Thank you, Mr. President. when I look out in the audience and I see Senator Vincent Fort and some of those other folks that were here, Dr. Franklin from Morehouse College, that gives me the support to continue to speak out against this injustice. I often joke about age. And I say, you know, when you get 50 years old, you act a little different. When you get 50 years old, you look in the mirror. Because you got to go face yourself. When you get 50 years old, you try not to do wrong. This legislation to move qualifying up to May, June, July, whatever is on the table, is not right. And everybody on this dais knows why this legislation was put in. To my colleagues, you gotta face yourself. And maybe you don't care, but guess what? It's something called karma. It's something called the universe. So you vote whatever way you want to vote. But to try to keep someone from qualifying again, for whatever reason, this was derived, this grand idea is wrong. And I hope that every media outlet in the universe is here today, because this is wrong.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The paper that was walked into committee finance last Wednesday had the dates of June 25th, 26th, and 27th, and I believe the clerk had some kind of conversation with the respective counties about those, and so I'm not sure if this is a friendly amendment or whether we have to vote on this amendment first, but if it can be done in the manner I'm about to describe, Mr. Parliamentarian, would it be proper, could Mr. Bond or could I make a substitute amendment to make the original dates from the paper the dates for qualifying? It was June 25th, 26th, and 27th.
The proper way to do it would be to offer a new amendment. But I will ask Mr. Bond if he would accept that amendment.
I accept your amendment as a friendly amendment.
I'm going to have to call it with no objections. Are there any objections? Because the amendment in essence, Mr. Bond, is a formal motion, so it's to some extent out of your personal hands. But if the body doesn't have an objection to the friendly amendment, Mr. Westmoreland's offering the dates. Could you repeat them again, Mr. Westmoreland?
Tuesday, June 25th through Thursday, June 27th.
June 25th to 27th, it would be, that would be the amendment actually that we are debating and we are voting on. Is there any objection to those dates being the amendment? Hearing none, that's now the amendment that's on the table. June 20, say them one more time. June 25th to 27th, is that correct? Okay.
Where's the secondary amendment?
Councilmember Westmoreland, any more commentary?
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Lewis.
First time I've ever heard Councilmember Bond and Councilmember Boone stand like this on something. I hear him. I'm fully with him. As a person who represents the south side of the city, I appreciate hearing you all talk like this today, and it gives me more confidence. I know I may get pulled over a few more times for some of my votes, but I'll tell you this. I feel confident by hearing you all speak today, and I feel confident in my vote. Thank you. A lot of politics going on around here, though.
Councilor Amos.
Since it seemed like I started all this when I'm most to reconsider, because I could not let my vote stand on the original paper in support of. I asked myself two questions: why such a long time period, and why was it outside of the norm? But more importantly, I asked myself, when we call for an election on next year, will we be willing to do the same thing? And what is that space between us calling an election next year without an extra long period, and that space to why are we doing it now? So, I mean, we all would like different campaigns, different qualifying periods, different time frames. But there's so much that is taking place within this motion, so much taking place within this paper. We have to be honest with ourselves and actually do what's right. I can take the new dates, not completely happy with them because they're still somewhat out of the time frame, but it is still a hell of a lot better than a qualifying period taking place almost in winter for a next winter's election.
Councilor Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to, also make the clarifying point that tomorrow is the first day of spring. So in addition to that, I want to say that I hope that we bring, at this point, I'm fine with the new dates. I hope we bring the same level of passion and discussion of embarrassment when it comes to things of overpopulation of the jail, homelessness, people getting killed, senior evictions. That is what I consider embarrassing. So let's go ahead and put that on the table. But that being said, I am fine with this, and I really do hope, and I say this for myself as well, that we get into the habit of talking to each other instead of using our platforms on this dais as a way to bully each other into submission. So I'm good with the new dates. I'd like to move forward. Call to question.
Councilor Bakhtiari has made a motion to call the previous question. Is there a second? No, what's that? Yeah. There's no second, so we'll continue debate on the amendment. Councilmember Overstreet.
We've thrown out so many dates. I'm really asking, what date is before us at this time?
The amendment that has been offered is June 25th to 27th.
That's the one that's actually on our screen right now? That's from the original legislation. Okay, so June
25th to 27th.
Are we sure? Because I could have sworn we had an amendment.
That is
Okay.
Councilmember Westmoreland's amendment.
No, but your amendment was before that one, the July 20.
Yeah.
Got it. Missed that part.
The only amendment that's on the table right now is the 25th to 27th of June.
Okay, and that will allow everyone to qualify? By then? Sure.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah. It's an amendment.
Just as a reminder, we are voting on the amendment. The dates being June 25th to 27th, offered by Councilmember Westmoreland.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? One moment, please. We've tried everything. We'll have to do a voice vote, unfortunately.
We'll do a voice vote. Again, this is the motion to amend. Councilmember Winston, Councilmember Amos, Councilmember Dozier, Councilmember Bakhtiari, Councilmember Wan, Councilmember Shook, Councilmember Hillis, Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Overstreet, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Bond, Councilmember Westmoreland.
That's 10 yeas, 2 nays.
10 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to amend carries. We're now back to the original motion and paper. The motion is to adopt as amended. We will have discussion on the motion to adopt as amended. Is there any discussion? Here, Councilmember Boone.
Yes, Mr. President, I voted nay because I still believe that the date should be in August. I think that this compromise is, I guess, where we are today, but qualifying for a November election should be in August. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Councilmember Dozier, as amended. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know I've been listening to the debate just the last 20 or 30 minutes or so, and just want to say for the record that while I appreciate the thoughtfulness about process procedures, it's definitely an unprecedented, well, not unprecedented experience for this body, but it's one that's rare enough to where we have to have these sorts of conversations when it does come up. So I do appreciate that conversation as a newer member of this body, but just want to state for the record that I do support the need for a later date in August, as has been what's been traditional when we've had elections. So while I did support this amendment, and while I will vote yes on this motion to adopt as amended, philosophically, I do support the larger conversation around having an August date ahead of a November election as well.
Other discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 24-R-3354 as amended.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 9 yeas, 3 nays.
9 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries. Chair Bakhtiari, do you have additional business? Oh, hold on. Yep. Councilmember Bond, would you like to explain your vote?
Yeah, I'm explaining my vote. I also agree that the period should have been in August, like every other election in Georgia, every other election that we've had in our history, every other election that every other political subdivision in Georgia will do. They will have their qualifications, and then a 10-week election period. I hope that we won't be the subject of a lawsuit from the ACLU or NAACP Legal Defense Fund or some other voter advocacy group about this, going forward. But I am happy to put the matter to rest. I hope the same vim and vigor and zeal to extend these election periods when we talk about, I think I agree with Councilmember Amos. You do unto others as you do unto yourself. It's in the Bible. And next year we'll all be in a position to run for office again, and I wonder if we would have done the same thing next year. I very much doubt it, but I'm glad that this has gone on. But I do want to officially request again of the Law Department legislation to make a temporary appointment to this seat of a person who will be barred from qualifying for the election, that would only serve until the new elected person is sworn in, because that has been the tradition of this body, is to not allow these seats to be vacant, and so that the public can have its representation. So I'm officially, I see back there. So I'm officially requesting that. So whether, I don't know if they can work really, really fast today, or we can get it in April. If we can get something today, that would be great. And it doesn't have to be typed. They could write it out. Thank you.
I'm going to allow the law department to speak to that request if you like.
Yes, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. Unfortunately, because the law setting forth when a special election shall be required due to a vacancy versus an appointment to fill a vacancy is in the charter and also concerns filling of terms and vacancies that can only be changed through an amendment to the charter, and under the Georgia Home Rule Act, that particular amendment to the charter can only be accomplished by the General Assembly. So this body is unable to affect that directly. Under what circumstances a special election shall be required in order to fill a vacancy versus an appointment to fill a vacancy. I would also like to state there's been a lot of discussion about the legality concerning the choosing of the qualification dates. And in accordance with state law at 21-132, subsection C3A, in a case of a special election, municipal nonpartisan qualifying period shall commence no earlier than the date of the call and shall end no later than 25 days prior to the election. That is what state law says. So the larger period for qualification that is up to this body to choose is in state law. That is not, it would not be a violation of the state law for it not to be the August date. However, for a municipal general election, which we'll be conducting next year, the qualifying dates are set specifically by statute, and those are the August dates that were previously discussed. So next year, the qualification for the November election will have to be in August by statute. But this year, because it's a special election, there was a much larger period available to you all to choose.
Councilor Bond, I'm going to allow it just briefly. If we need to take this offline, we should, as far as.
Well, no, this is I would disagree with that. We're having a public, they responded to my request.
I agree. That's why I'm allowing it briefly.
Responding. And this is something that everyone in the city needs to be aware of, and we need to be had in full view of the public. So in light of what Ms. Robinson has just explained, I would still want legislation to amend our process and to petition the state to amend our process to allow us to make these types of appointments during these type of unique and unanticipated situations, so that it can be a part of our charter and so that they can take the requisite action so this never happens again. And to also make sure that we standardize for ourselves, and if there are going to be either the ability for us to call our own special election, and to make sure that if we have to follow a process that aligns with a fall election or otherwise designated, legally designated election, that we standardize the qualifying and the campaign period for that, so it's never arbitrary again. Was that clear, Ms. Robinson? Is she still there? It's on tape, right?
Thank you. I can review the tape later. Yeah.
Right. My request is on tape, so I want to work with you on that so that we can have, with the coordination of state, make these corrections to our charter.
Councilor Boone, explaining your vote.
Yes, Mr. President, I have three things quickly. One, it's okay to have healthy debate. It's okay for us not to agree on every single thing. These debates that just happened reminded me of the Honorable Marvin Arrington and the Honorable Rob Pitts when they were presidents of the Atlanta City Council. So it's okay to have a healthy debate. I spoke with at least 5 of my colleagues before this vote and expressed my displeasure with it. I voted no in Committee on Council. I am going to continue to vote no, because I still believe that this should be in August, as well. What's legal is legal, but that does not make it right, because it's legal and it's a loophole and we can do it because it's legal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Hillis, explain your vote.
Thank you. Just explaining my vote in support. I mean, legally, this body has to call for a special election, and the qualifying period landed where it did after the amendments. But I was going to ask some of the same questions that Councilmember Bond asked that Ms. Robinson so eloquently answered as usual. However, the big picture here is this is a very unfortunate situation. This is a member who has resigned that is going to leave a possible 10-month gap in. Well, that seat is going to be vacant. And as was brought up before, if the resignation would have happened, I think days or maybe a week or so earlier, the special election would have happened in May and people would have had a representation on this body. So that is something I do support looking into. You know, if this would have happened after the first of the year, legally we would have made an appointment and the gap would have been even shorter. But support Mr. Bond and his call for law to look into any possible changes where we can work with the state if need be, if that is the legal requirement, to not have such a large possible 10-month gap. And the possibility, I bring that up, Ms. Robinson, if you can answer this, while the election is about 8 months away, usually when we get elected in November, we don't get seated until January. However, since this is a special election, can that member be seated immediately after that election?
Yes, immediately following the certification of the election and or runoff, if necessary, the member would take their seat.
Pending a runoff, hopefully that could happen 2 months earlier, but again, 8 months is still a long time to have a post or a district seat open. So would express those calls for that to be looked into that Councilmember Bond made. Thank you.
Councilmember Overstreet, explanation of vote.
Yes, thank you. My vote of yes for this particular legislation is for that reason. This is a special election, and it is nothing normal about the situation that we're in today. And to compare that to a regular general election that's coming up for all of us next November 2025 is just apples and oranges. I do not believe it's the same thing. To which Law Department explained as to why it is not, why our qualifying date is in August. This certainly is a different situation for sure. And I do believe that we as a body have the right to do this legislation. I am glad that it is in June. I'm fine with that. I was fine with July. I'm fine with August, as I stated in the beginning, because that is our right to make that decision. It is absolutely our second or third choice, because I want to fill this seat as soon as possible. Would love to actually had qualifying on last week. That would have been great, so that we could be on the May ballot. So, you know, that's my vote. It's because we have the authority to do so, and it does allow everyone that's interested in running for this post 3 at large to be on the ballot in, I think, the end of June. So thank you.
Councilmember Lewis, explanation of your vote.
So once again, I believe in giving people as much time as possible to qualify for an election. I think about my own election. I needed that August 20th date for qualifying because I did work with the labor union who did business with the city of Atlanta. And so I believe giving people as much time as possible to qualify before they have to officially qualify for that date. Thank you again, President, for allowing me to explain my vote.
Any others? Okay, with that, we'll go back to the Committee on Council. Chair Bakhtiari, other items.
Thank you. We've moved on, I believe. Let me see. Item number 6. 24-R-3355, a resolution by Committee on Council authorizing the Council Staff Director, Mrs. Santana Kempson Wright, to provide administrative supervision of the City Council Post 3 at large staff until the final results of the November 5th, 2024 special election are certified and for other purposes. I believe we have, can you hand me my substitute? I accidentally left over there. No, actually, I have it. I apologize. So I believe we have a substitute or an amendment to this legislation. Substitute? We have a substitute to this legislation, which Mr. Overton, or I can read it out. I'd like to motion to bring forth the substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari to bring forth substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Boone. During discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute. Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
Thank you.
Change the caption.
It does not change the caption. Within it basically lists, just to explain, so that we also ensure that everyone understands. Currently, there are 4 people in this office. This would allow 30 days for 2 of the most recently hired individuals to find jobs elsewhere with the help of HR. And we would, and then the 2 remaining individuals, one would remain full-time and one would remain part-time, because to ensure that district or post 3 at large continues to run, that constituents are still served, and that we still remain operable for the citizenry of the city. I would like to motion to approve.
So there's a motion to adopt as substituted by Councilor Bakhtiari.
I apologize, Council President. It does change the caption. Can I
hold on. Let's read the caption again.
Sorry. So a resolution by Committee on Council as substituted by the Atlanta City Council authorizing the Council Staff Director, Mrs. Santana Kimpson Wright, to provide temporary administrative supervision of the City Council post 3 at large staff and for other purposes.
Motion by Councilor Bakhtiari to adopt as substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 10 yeas, 2 nays.
10 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you. We have only one other item. Item number 7, 24-R-3356, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing blank and blank to the 2 positions on the Budget Commission to be filled by 2 members of the governing body nominated and confirmed by the governing body at large for 1-year terms for the purpose of performing the duties and responsibilities of the Commission in connection with the FY 2025 budget for the City of Atlanta and for other purposes. This item was held in committee and needs no action. So this does conclude my business for today, but with your permission, I would like to make one announcement.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So we, obviously one of the purviews of COC is to oversee base appointments. So I will be working with the clerk's office as well as our analyst, Mr. Overton, to ensure that we are filling those positions. So as everyone knows, we have 128 boards, authorities, commissions, committees, or other similar base appointments to support the city in making recommendations, completing studies and investigations, and holding public hearings. So I will make sure to follow up with each individual, every colleague, to ensure that we're filling these vacancies so that we ensure that we are fulfilling our duties to their fullest potential, and to make sure that we're also not appointing constituents to committees that are not meeting, and to make sure that these committees are actually fulfilling their responsibilities. So please be on the lookout. Mr. Overton will be reaching out about some of those appointments, and we will be making sure that folks know who has vacancies. So you'll be hearing from our office each week. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up today will be the Zoning Committee. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 3 ordinances for second read. I'd like to take the first 2 as a block without objection.
Please proceed.
24-0-1087, MRPA 2315's 2315 Thomas Road Northwest is an ordinance to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of an accessory structure. 24-0-1128 in Home Park. The ordinance is to impose a moratorium on the acceptance of any application for special administrative permit or building permit for which a special administrative permit has not been applied for, including land disturbance permits for any property located in an R5 zoning district within the Home Park neighborhood for a period not to exceed 6 months. And for other purposes, items 1 and 2 are favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
The motion coming out of committee to adopt these 2 items, it doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 2 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 9 yeas, 0 nays.
9 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 3, 24-0-1110. It's 2400 DeForest Ferry Road Northeast. The ordinance is to a special use permit to sever excess development density from a portion of 2400 DeForest Ferry Road Northeast and transfer it to property located at 215 West Wyuka Road Northwest, aka Chastain Park Avenue, receiving property to be maintained as green space by the Department of Parks and Recreation. The committee voted to refer the item to ZRB and zoning.
There's a motion coming out of committee to refer 24-0-1110. It does not need a second. Is there discussion on this item? Councilmember Hillis.
Can I add myself as a co-sponsor this time through an amendment? Is that appropriate at this time?
I'll second that motion to amend.
Motion to amend by Councilmember Hillis to add his name, seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. We do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to amend? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to amend.
Mr. President, that's 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries. We're back to the motion to adopt as amended.
Motion to refer to ZRB
Oh, sorry.
and zoning.
Thank you for the correction. Motion to refer. Any discussion on the motion to refer? Councilmember Hillis.
A thought on the text on this. Oh, yeah, there it is. Just noting for administration, there's a scriber's error. It says DeForest Ferry Road Northeast. It should read Northwest. Thank you.
That aye.
Any other discussion on the motion to refer? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Next section are first reads, and we can take items 4 through 11 as a block without objection.
Please proceed.
24-0-1136, Z 2405-2036 Phillips Drive Southeast. Ordinances to rezone from R4 to R4A. 24-0-1137, Z 2406-1576 Denali Hollowell Parkway is to rezone from MRC1 to MRC2. 24-0-1138, Z 2407 is 285 Burnbank Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 BL WPA WHO to PDH BL WPA WHO. Item number 7 is 24-0-1139, Z 2408 1474 Brooklyn Avenue Northwest is to rezone from R4 to R4B. Number 8 is 24-0-1140, Z 2409 934 972 Avon Avenue Southwest 1244 Higgins Street Southwest to rezone from I1CBL to MRC3BL. Item number 9 is 24-0-1141, Z 2410 1970 Grant Road Southwest is to rezone from R3 to R4. Item number 10 is 24-0-1142, U 2404 1528 Olympian Way Southwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a personal care home. 24-0-1143, U 2405 is 2744 Peachtree Road Northwest is for a special use permit for a place of worship. A motion to refer items 4 through 11 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Juan to refer these items to ZRB and Zoning Committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The The vote is closed. That's 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to refer carries.
Final item of the report is 24-0-1144, MRPA 3305, 3968 Paces Ferry Road. Ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a new single-family dwelling with a pool, a patio, and a garage. I move to refer item number 12 to the Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer 24-0-1114 to Zoning Committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Juan. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to refer carries.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. Before we move on to the next committee, there's an item that needs to be moved. Councilmember Juan.
The municipal clerk asked us to send 24R3354 to the mayor's office post haste, so I'll make that motion.
There is a motion to move post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Hearing, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Mr. President, the 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to move post haste carries. Next up will be the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Please turn to page 53 of your full council agenda for the Standing Committee report for the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Item number 1, we have one item today. Item 23-0-1544, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 10-92B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirement listed in Section 1088 for package stores licensed to sell liquor, malt beverages, and/or wine for an establishment located at 825 McDaniel Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310, and for other purposes. The sponsor requests that this item be filed because it is a duplicate.
It's a motion, and that's coming out of committee, correct?
Yes.
There's a motion to file coming out of committee 23-0-1544. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. That's 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
This concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair Boone. Finally today will be the City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis. No report from City Utilities today. That concludes our standing committee reports. We will now move to papers for immediate consideration. I believe that Councilmember Hillis has 2 for immediate consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, President Shipman. I do, and to explain both of these needs to be immediate, they both have to do with state and federal grants that have deadlines. And one paper, this first paper that I'm reading in has actually already been read in, but the project name that we've applied for a RAISE grant was mislabeled, so this is taking its place. ELMS number 35008, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis, Byron Amos, Matt Westmoreland, and Michael Julian Bond to amend resolution 24R3181, which authorized the city to apply for a fiscal year 2024 U.S. Department of Transportation Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Discretionary Grant to correct the project name and for other purposes, whereas Resolution 24R3181 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on February 19, 2024 and approved by signature of the mayor on February 22, 2024 authorized the city to submit an application for a fiscal year 2024 Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity RAISE grant to the United States Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $16 million and 0 cents for design and construction of the West Side Park Multimodal Access Project. And whereas the West Side Park Multimodal Access Project name was a working title during project development, and the new project title, West Side Thrive, Safety Linking Underserved Atlanta Communities Through Multimodal Improvements, was developed through further conversations with community stakeholders to more accurately represent the project name and value proposition, and whereas it is necessary to amend Resolution 24R3181 to update the project name. Now therefore be it resolved by the Atlanta City Council, the City Council of Atlanta, Georgia, the Resolution 24R3181 is amended to update the project name currently listed as West Side Park Multimodal Access Project to reflect the new project title of West Side Thrive, Safely Linking Underserved Atlanta Communities Through Multimodal Improvements throughout the legislation. Be it finally resolved that all other provisions of Resolution 24R3181 remain unchanged. Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Councilmember Hillis to approve ELMS 35008, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Councilmember Boone's an aye. Could you reflect Councilmember Boone's an aye as well?
The vote's closed. That's 11 yeas, 0 nays. 11
yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. One more immediate item, colleagues. ELMS 35005. This also has to do with the previously adopted master plan study for the Upper West Side Improvement District, but it was not officially submitted as the official plan for this area to the Atlanta Regional Commission, and the CID needs it to be so done so they can apply for grants. ELMS 35005, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis, amending Upper West Side's LCI plan to adopt the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan Update, authorizing the Department of Planning on behalf of the City of Atlanta to submit to the ARC the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan Update and for other purposes. Whereas the residents, businesses, property owners, and other stakeholders in the Upper West Side District and its neighborhoods work with the West Side Howell Mill Community Improvement District and a consultant team led by MKSK Inc. to develop a vision for the future land use, urban design, commercial districts, transportation and traffic, green space and environmental infrastructures and facilities in the Upper West Side study area, North Side Drive to east, Collier Road to north, Donley Hollowell Parkway to the south, and Marietta Boulevard and West Side Park to the west, whereas the vision was set forth in the planning document entitled Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan and was developed based on the direct input of the residents, businesses, property owners, and other stakeholders in the area over an 18-month time frame, and whereas the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan was adopted by the Atlanta City Council on November 1, 2021 by Ordinance 21-0583, whereas the 2016 Comprehensive Development Plan was amended so as to incorporate the Upper West Side Master Plan into the CDP on November 1, 2021 by Ordinance 21-0583, and whereas the City of Atlanta received a grant award in 2004 for the Atlanta Regional Commission ARC to complete the that should read 2014, I believe, to complete the Upper West Side LCI study, which completed and adopted, well, this is the old one, sorry. Scratch that, 05R0900, whereas the Atlanta Regional Commission requires the LCI studies to be updated periodically to ensure the study's project recommendations remain eligible for LCI plan implementation funding, and whereas the Upper West Side LCI study was updated in 2009 and adopted by City Council by Resolution 09R1669, whereas the Atlanta Regional Commission has requested the LCI study be formally updated by resolution, and whereas the Upper West Side LCI study boundary falls completely within the boundary of the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan boundary, and whereas the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan meets the goals of the LCI program by fostering community support over 18 months of public engagement involving all types of stakeholders, including apartment residents, homeowners, visitors, and local businesses, encouraging investment in a range of travel modes to increase access throughout the district by people of all ages and abilities, and recommending immediate term improvements, 5-year improvements, and long-term improvements, whereas the City Council finds it in the best interest of public health, safety, and welfare to amend the Upper West Side LCI plan to adopt the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan update. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan attached hereto as Exhibit A and incorporated herein by reference is hereby adopted as the LCI update and as an amendment to the Upper West Side LCI plan. Be it further resolved that the Upper West Side LCI plan boundary is hereby expanded to incorporate the entirety of the Upper West Side Master Plan study area. Be it finally resolved that the mayor is hereby authorized to submit Upper West Side Master Plan update for the Upper West Side LCI plan to the Atlanta Regional Commission. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to adopt Elms 35005 by Councilmember Hillis. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Councilmember Lewis, how would you like your vote reflected? Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis is an aye.
That's 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion to move the previous 2 read items to the mayor post haste for approval.
Motion by Councilmember Hillis, seconded by Councilmember Bond to move Elms ID 35008 and 35005 post haste to the mayor. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
That's, Mr. President, that's 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Any other items for immediate consideration? We'll move to papers for referral. Councilmember Hillis, go ahead.
We have one of those, Mr. President. Thank you. Elms 35001, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Mary Norwood, and Matt Westmoreland authorizing the mayor his designee to reduce the posted speed limit on Ridgewood Road Northwest between Moores Mill Road Northwest and the northernmost intersection of West Wesley Road Northwest from 35 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35001 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Shook.
Elms 34917, resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise the first renewal option for the CP indicated ADP implementation and integration with Automatic Data Processing, Inc. on behalf of the Departments of Finance and Watershed Management and Aviation and Public Works for a term of 1 year, effective May 1 of this year through April 30th of next year, in an amount not to exceed $177,879.13, all contracted work being charged to and paid from, et cetera.
Elms 34917 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 34918 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner, Department of Watershed Management to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts incurred due to burst water service lines in the amount of blank.
Elms ID 34918 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 34919, resolution by Shook authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from, et cetera.
Elms ID 34919 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Finally, Elms 34922, ordinance by Shook, waiving the competitive procurement provisions contained in the cited code section on behalf of the Department of Parks and Rec, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute a lease agreement with the Blue Heron Nature Preserve, Inc. for the purpose of enhancing and maintaining the Blue Heron Nature Preserve property and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34922 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 35002, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone requesting the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to conduct a traffic study on Rodney Drive Southwest to determine the need for any safety improvements such as speed monitors and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35002 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next item, Elms ID number 35007, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone waiving Article Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute contracts of sponsors, performers, artists, venues, and vendors necessary to effectuate the City of Atlanta's hosting of the 2024 Senior Ball for the benefit of the public, to authorize the City of Atlanta to accept donations for the purpose of supporting the city's actions related to hosting the 2024 Senior Ball through December 31st, 2024, to authorize all costs to be paid for and all sponsorship revenue and donations to be deposited into trust fund account listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35007 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilor Wan.
President, I have three Elms ID 35012, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000.00 from the District 6 carry-forward account to the Piedmont Park Conservancy, Inc. to support their landmark luncheon pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35012 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 35010, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $500.00 from the District 6 carry-forward account to the Midtown Neighbors Association pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes. 010.
Elms ID 35010 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And then finally, 35011, ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $500.00 from the District 6 carry-forward account to Morningside Lennox Park Association pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35011 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. Elms ID number 34980, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance to authorize the execution and delivery of an intergovernmental ground lease agreement between the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority, reconveying a leasehold interest in John A. White Park to the authority. To request the issuance by the authority of its revenue bonds, multipurpose golf and senior center project series 2024 to finance the cost of providing for the design, acquisition, construction, installation, and equipping the golf and senior center facilities and related improvements at John A. White Park. 3, authorize the execution, delivery, and performance of the intergovernmental agreement with respect to the project. 4, authorize the execution of an acknowledgement of service and filing of an answer on behalf of the city in validation proceedings related to the Series 2024 bonds. 5, authorize the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and final official statement. 6, authorize the execution, delivery, and performance of a bond purchase agreement and continuing disclosure agreement in connection with the Series 2024 bonds. And 5, for certain other and related purposes.
Elms ID 34980 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilor Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Elms ID number 35014, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari authorizing the contribution of a total amount not to exceed $55,000.00 to Living Walls, The City Speaks, Inc. in support of the promotion, installation, and maintenance of public art projects in Council District 5 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35014 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have Elms ID number 35022, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond requesting the Chief Financial Officer to identify funds in the amount not to exceed $5,000.00 to donate to the Black Music and Entertainment Walk of Fame to support the monument installation to honor Ambassador Andrew Young pursuant Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35022 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And I have Elms ID number 34999, and I believe it's signed by all members present. A resolution by Councilmember Bonds et al. To establish the Cultural Heritage Walk Advisory Committee and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34999 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
As I pass this on to the staff, Mr. President, though our names are on it, this is the inspiration of my intern, Mr. Christian Harvey. Are you still on the floor, Christian? Stand up and let the public take a look at you. He is a senior at Morehouse College and wants to be a planner. Well, no applause yet. He hasn't done anything yet. Yeah. But he is the inspiration. This is his concept. And so he's come, like I say, he's a senior at Morehouse, going on to Cornell or Georgia Tech. Columbia. So you agreed to Columbia. So he's going to Columbia. So you all need any resource or papers or filing done. He needs some money to go up to school. But this is his concept that we're going to implement. And I believe that he has done an exceptional job, not only in my office, but in his studies. So we want to congratulate him on having an impact in the community, even as a senior still in school. So we're very excited to support his vision. I want to give credit where credit is due.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have two items. The first is Elms ID number 35013, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier and Jason H. Winston authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $6,000.00 to the Atlanta University Center Consortium, Incorporated, pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, to support Atlanta University Center students attending the National Society of Black Engineers 50th Annual Convention, authorizing the mayor or his designated to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35013 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And my next item is Elms number 35019, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to abandon portions of Mitchell Street, Raymond Street, and James P. Brawley Drive, all southwest, consisting of approximately 1.264 acres lying and being in land lot 109 of the 14th District, Fulton County, Georgia, and being more specifically described in the attached exhibits, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a quitclaim deed for such abandoned right-of-way and any other documents necessary to effectuate the abandonment to Clark Atlanta University and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35019 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That concludes my items for introduction.
Thank you. Councilor Westmoreland.
Helms ID 34952 by Westmoreland and Norwood, requesting the mayor or his designee to make intersection of East Wood Valley Road Northwest and Montana Road Northwest an all-way stop controlled intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34952 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
34953 Westmoreland and Norwood, requesting the mayor make an intersection East Wood Valley Road and North Wood Valley Road Northwest an all-way controlled intersection for other purposes.
Elms ID 34953 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
35015 Westmoreland, authorizing a donation $2,500 to Athena's Warehouse and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35015 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
35016 Westmoreland, authorizing a donation amount not to exceed $2,000 to the Midtown Neighborhood Association and for other purposes.
Homes ID 35016 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
35018, Westmoreland, $5,000 to propel Atlanta pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
Homes ID 35018 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Items number 35022, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Westlake Drive Northwest between Joseph E. Boone Boulevard Northwest and Westlake Avenue Northwest and for other purposes.
Homes ID 35022 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
AMS ID 35021, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Holly Street Northwest between Joseph E. Boone Boulevard Northwest and North Avenue Northwest and for other purposes.
Homes ID 35021 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other items for referral today? Hearing none, we'll move to general remarks. Any general remarks from the body? Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Just want to remind District 3 of the District 3 Town Hall that will take place this Thursday, 6 p.m. at Frederick Douglass High School, inviting everyone to come out. And also, we have one anniversary this year, this month, Cameron Coleman, Office of Municipal Clerk, celebrating 1 year with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two items. One, I actually believe the RSVP period has closed, but just a reminder to my constituents, this Friday, March 22nd, our office will be joining the team at Clark Atlanta University for a street unveiling ceremony honoring Dr. Thomas W. Cole, the founding president of Clark Atlanta University. Our office worked with the university to rename Beckwith Street in his honor, and so 11 o'clock a.m. on Friday, we'll be doing a street unveiling ceremony with Clark Atlanta University. Hope you join us for that. It'll be at the corner of Beckwith and the former Beckwith and James P. Brawley. And then my other announcement is after you are done at the District 3 Town Hall, I hope you will join us next week for our District 4 Town Hall, which will be on Thursday, March 28th at 6 o'clock p.m. We will be doing our town hall at the Georgia Aquarium. We tried to do this at the aquarium last year, but that day it flooded, and so we're going to try it again. Entry for our constituents will be free, and so if you're a District 4 resident and not only want to hear about what's happening across the district, but also want to see some fish and some whale sharks and some belugas, hope you join us for our town hall. We'll be going from 6 o'clock to 8:30, and hope to see you there.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis.
A couple of things. Thank you, President. First, I want to say congratulations to Pastor Lazier Reese on your 1 year anniversary at New Mount Calvary Baptist Church. I look forward to you being there and taking care of us as long as you're in the community. Another thing going on in District 12 right now, today we'll be hosting Did You Know Family Engagement, Learning Your Rights, and that will be at Roselle Fan Recreation Center at 6 p.m., hosted by myself and Chris Brown. Later tomorrow in District 12, we'll be hosting the District 12 infrastructure update. This will be hosted at Atlanta Technical College, Tuesday, March 19th at 5 p.m. We look forward to talking about every single infrastructure project that's going on in District 12. This is parks, this is MARTA upgrades, stormwater management, and repaired roads. Another event that we have this week going on in District 12 is our District 12 Diaper Distribution Day. District 12 Diaper Distribution Day will be hosted 4 times a year, but this time will be at Roselle Fan Recreation Center from 12 p.m. into 2 p.m. District 12 Diaper Distribution Day, sorry. Last thing we have is the essay topic contest.
We are now hosting a essay topic contest in our district in conjunction with the 2 high schools. The topic is, what are ways you can make your district and your community better? And it's a letter to your council member. So students at South Atlanta High School, students at Carver High School, look forward to reading your letters. Thank you for the letters you sent me so far, and let's continue to make our community better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to publicly congratulate the Lady Jaguar team of Maynard Jackson High School for winning the 5A basketball state championship. They played, a round of applause for the Lady Jags at Maynard Jackson High School. Congratulations. They played Midtown High, so we had an all Atlanta state championship game, so congratulations to the Lady Jags.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if it's been mentioned as I stepped out of the room, but I want to congratulate the Clark Atlanta University Panthers for winning the SIAC championship. And we hope to, that deserves some applause. We hope to bring them down here to celebrate them. Also, our HelloFresh distribution this week will be at Greater Piney Grove at 1921 Glenwood Avenue on this Wednesday at 2 p.m. And before we reconvene again, I want to wish an early happy birthday to my colleague, Antonio Lewis. On March the 30th is his birthday, so happy birthday in advance. I also want to wish happy birthday in advance to our city attorney, Miss Nina Hickson, who was born on April the 4th. Ms. Amber Robinson, I believe her birthday is the 5th, right? The 5th of April. And of course, we're already off for next month's celebration because of the council break for the National Michael Julian Bondathon during the month of April. My birthday, April the 6th, but of course, we all celebrate all month.
Yes.
So you're welcome to join me at many a sundry place. Some are out and bright and shiny. Others have the shades drawn. But we'll be there having our celebration as I turn 58 years young. So we're looking forward to it. But happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Aries rule the world,
Yes.
and please never forget that.
Thank you. Happy birthday to all of those upcoming. I would just remind the public on the schedule, we will have regularly scheduled committee meetings next week, and then the council will be on a 2-week recess. We will not have a meeting on April 1st of council. We will not have committee meetings the week of April 8th. We will reconvene. Our next council meeting regularly scheduled will be April 15th. With that, Madam Clerk, please sound the closing roll.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Here.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large. Councilmember Jason Winston, District 1. Councilmember Maria Pierogi, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Without objection, we'll stand adjourned.
adjourned.